crash? Oh no, it didn't. Just kick. It just took a second. And it's always fun. I like when I go back and edit. I like to watch the starting soon screen because there's always like some good banter that comes out of that usually.
Yeah, I haven't done very much streaming. It seems like it's taken off really well for you. Like, how's your channel doing overall?
Oh, good, man. Well, I mean, and I've been streaming on and off for like 9 years right now. Like I've built and dismantled what 3 different brands at this point. Just because it's always been something I've been interested in as a hobby, and like it's where a good chunk of my professional expertise is in terms of so like my degree's in video game design, my specialty is in community management. So like it's kind of like if I was bad at it, it would be a bad sign for me in terms of having spent my time. But but you know, usually there gets to be a point where things are like, okay, well, you know, this is starting to kick up really well, but then like a big life event happens, right? So for instance, the first time I kind of did the thing pretty well, I ended up having to move to a spot where the internet was really shitty, so I couldn't stream anymore. And then it kind of catapulted because right after that I got divorced, and then, you know, I was out on my own, doing my own thing and on the grind. And then so then I had to start over, and then when I started over the next time, I did really well. Like that's where the brand really took off. And like for instance, this is my favorite thing, and I don't feel like a big streamer. I don't feel famous at all, with the exception of when I'm running around in Guild Wars 2, the MMO Guild Wars 2. So I'll have people to this day who still randomly message me, and they'll be like, "Yo, were you that streamer?" And I'm like, "Whoa!" Like, and that was always my bar for like fame, is if I could get recognized in public. And it's a pandemic, right? So like. Right. Lion's Arch, which is one of the, if you don't play that game, one of the bigger main cities in that game, I consider that public. So I think that counts. Right, and so I got some really good momentum going there. I'm talking, you know, 80 to 100 concurrent viewers a night and like shit tons of subs, and then my computer took a shit.
Ugh.
Right, well, and it will also coincide with a fair amount of burnout for me too, because I was hitting that game pretty hard. And you know, building up the community in that game. But one of the fickle things I'm sure you already know with Twitch is that, you know, sometimes building a community playing one game doesn't mean that community is just going to follow you around when you go play other games.
Yeah, they're only there for that one thing, right. And then when you switch, their interest drops.
Right. Well, and many viewers for Guild Wars 2 are of that variety of viewers. So like then when I came back to streaming, I wanted to avoid Guild Wars 2 a little bit just because I was still a little burnt out on it. I tried other games, but I was very pleasantly surprised with, like you just said, how things kind of kicked up pretty fast. And like I saw a lot of old faces that came in, they're like, holy shit, I got the notification that you're streaming, I'm happy you're back. And like that was really like validating, you know what I mean?
That's a really like touching moment, honestly. Like when people actively like kept you in mind and are looking forward to you being, you know, active in whatever it is that you're doing.
Right. And I can't overstate the power that just one person had for saying something like that to me, right? Like, it doesn't matter how shitty I'm feeling about streaming, or one day I'm just really not feeling the thing at all, and then one person says something like that. Well, and now even, thanks for the follow, by the way, the amount of people that, like even when I have that kind of battle in my head now, just the people who have already said it in the past still kind of come into play. Like, you remember that one time that Bill Nim said that he really looks forward to your streams, which is one of the viewers who said he really looks forward to your streams. Like, it's nice, like, memory to put in your pocket too for the bad days, you know?
Yeah, you hold on to that for later, and then, you know, it pops up, you're like, all right, fucking, you know, I know this is worth it. I know I'm doing all right because I have this, even if you don't get it as often.
Right. Well, and you know, I figured it's something I'm kind of built for, because even when I'm playing video games at my desk and not streaming, I'm still talking to myself, rambling like a maniac. One of my favorite things about me. It's a gift and a curse too, right? Especially like if I'm playing games with friends on Discord or something, they're like, "Who the fuck are you talking to?" Sorry, man. I thought I had my mic muted. I'm just talking to myself.
Yeah, talking to the chat, bro. Got to keep that community active and engaged.
Yeah, well, that's a big thing for me. Is a lot of times when I'm streaming, I'll just mute my mic on Discords when I'm talking to the chat, because nobody wants to be that person in Discord who's just like awkwardly sitting there in silence when somebody's like talking to their chat, you know?
Yeah, it comes off kind of weird, and like I've done that once or twice. just because like everybody I talked with them before about it, and it's like, is this cool? Because I'm still figuring this out, and they're like, oh yeah, it's fine, but you know, it's still it messed with the flow of the conversations.
Sure. And there's sometimes where I'll leave myself. I mean, like for instance, if I'm streaming and somebody else is playing with me and like they have my chat up, which happens sometimes. I'll totally talk to those people too unmuted so that they know what I'm saying to my chat, because there's the chances of them having both the stream unmuted and me unmuted is pretty small, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of times, and I try to include that person in the conversation. So if they've shown that they want to be an active participant in chat, they would just rather say their input out loud, which they've got the luxury of doing since they're on Discord with me. I'll totally fucking let that happen, you know?
Yeah.
But like if it's somebody who's not like, who doesn't give a fuck that I'm on Twitch, and all of a sudden they're just like, who the fuck is this guy talking to? Yeah, I like to, or like if I'm playing with another Twitch streamer, I'm not going to talk to my chat while that person's hearing me, right? That's just like, that's streamer etiquette right there.
Yeah.
I should do a fucking video series about that, like go over the top fancy with like sipping tea with a pinky and get like a monocle and like shave to just a mustache and be like, this is streamer etiquette tips #1.
Dude, absolutely. Like,
That'd
do you
be
have
funny.
a TikTok?
I'm sure that's a thing. I do. Yeah, it's the same name. I'm gonna Google it right now. Streamer
Yeah, you should absolutely like
etiquette.
You know, make that just like a thing, because I'm sure that would get a lot of like traction and help grow your reach, you know.
Hell yeah. Well, and I'm seeing quite a bit of content of that already, but you know, maybe not everybody has quite the mustache with it, so maybe I will do that. That's a good idea.
Exactly.
All right, cool. Well, you ready for me to get this thing rolling, get you introduced?
Let's fucking do it.
It said live now for like I should put a negative timer on there too, so people know how long I've been rambling after the timer.
Yeah. No, I saw it switch over and I was like, oh, we'll go live eventually.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite dynamics of having the Twitch so far, and something like I'm really trying to hold on to dearly is that the concept of like the casual kind of like how do I word this? I'm not a very prompt person, so I'm not gonna like fake it for the stream, right? I want it to be well known, and it sort of is so far in the brand and in the community that like when Bowborne says 11 o'clock, it could be anywhere between 11 and 11:15.
Right. Well, I mean, you and I both participate in battle games like Amtgard, so like
Fair.
We know what punctuality actually means to some people.
Right. And it's not that I don't try, it's just usually like the last X amount of minutes of something sneaks up on me, right? Like I was up at 10, howdy Torgoth, howdy Alicia, and people, people like, wow, you got up, like your show starts 11, how do I get up? I take the dog outside, I'll have a little bit of breakfast, a little something, as we know it's important for the metabolism.
Yeah.
And then I'll like prepare, like I have a bunch of shit to pull up on stream, and then like some of the stuff I researched or whatever. And I constantly anxiously look at the clock. What time is it? What time is it? What time? Oh, I have so much time. I have so much time. And I look at the clock and it's like, okay, it's time to start getting ready. And then all of a sudden it's 15 after 11. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, like where to go? Like, well, fucking. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, that happens, I think, to a lot of people. My anxiety keeps it where, like, if I'm not 15 minutes early, I feel late.
Oh, fair.
If I'm not awkwardly sitting outside of somewhere, waiting because I just showed up way too early for me to reasonably go in, then I just feel late all the time. So
I get that.
It is how it goes.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, well, and that's how I feel professionally too. I will say I do have the benefit of not having this gift and curse professionally. I'm very much so the wait outside and be like, oh, are you the new guy? Yeah. How long have you been here? Like half an hour, 15 minutes. Like, yeah. So I get you. Yeah. Well, welcome everybody to the show. It is Sunday yet again. Like we were just talking about, it's not exactly at 11, but we're here and you love us anyway. It's going to be a great time. This is going to be episode 14. We're going to be talking about LARPing, fantasy, or nightmare. And I felt like that was a catchy title, and as somebody who's spent decades of time LARPing at this point, feels fucking appropriate, doesn't it?
Bro. Sometimes it's just a little more overwhelming and like it definitely veers further into that nightmare aspect sometimes.
It's true. It's true. And to that, I want to introduce our guest. This is Go Beyond Games. What do you want me to call you if I like?
You can just call me Travis or
Okay, cool.
Karai. Like it doesn't matter.
Cool. Well, this is my buddy Travis. We're still relatively newer friends. I haven't known Travis for too long. Just not including 2020, like a year. We just 2020
Yeah.
barely counts because nobody really got to interact with each other or anything. But like right before COVID hit, I think I really only knew you for like a year, right when I started going back out to the park.
Yeah, and like even then, I think it was kind of neither of us was super consistent, like seeing each other every time.
Sure.
Or weeks you were there and weeks I wasn't there. So yeah, about a year, but there's definitely a lot of there's a lot of gaps in there. So
True.
it's all
It's true. And now that we have, some people here, I'm sorry if this makes you uncomfortable. I didn't really ask ahead of time, so I won't do it again if it does. But everybody, let's wish Travis a happy fucking birthday.
Thank you.
It takes a pretty cool human to be like, oh, it's my birthday. Let's go talk on some stranger's small internet talk show. This is going to be awesome. So thank you for spending your birthday with us. That's awesome.
I'm saying, I was just glad to be invited. I'm hoping that this, ends up being as fun as I've anticipated it will be. So I've got good, I've got good, fuck.
I like
brain.
that. I like that.
Brain.
What I assume happened is you're trying to say I want to have a good time without using the actual word expectations, which is pretty fun.
Yeah.
We got what you meant, man. We're all kind of at the same level. We're all kind of at the whole it's fucking Sunday morning, you definitely get the grace here because we're all of the same kind of Sunday grog, A lot of the people in chat are probably a little hungover, and you know what I mean.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And we were partying last night, and I didn't get too crazy, but my wife gets a little into it sometimes. But we had a good time, and we ended up staying up really late and then getting up kind of early. So if I'm not 100%, coherent, I'll do my best. Just let me know.
Yeah, I suspect it won't be a problem, but I will definitely let you know if I was like, hey man, I need you to pull it together, okay? We're live to a worldwide audience right now. It doesn't matter that the world is not tuning in. They have the ability. I need you to get it together, man. Yeah, I'll definitely.
Right now, the game is set. It's the final point, motherfucker. Let's go.
Okay, well, you're gonna win. I'm just gonna, that way that if you don't win, I'll be pleasantly surprised, and if you do win, I won't be disappointed. I'll just set, like realistic expectations. Speaking of you winning all the time, did you see the new monstrosity that I'm gonna start fighting with Amtgard? I don't know if you can see the stream.
Yeah, I've got your stream up,
but I've got a bit of a really exciting introduction to come back to the game.
Okay.
Just waiting for me there. And I'm gonna need people to kick the shit out of me. Clearly, you volunteers tribute over and over and over again. The faster and better the person, the better it is, because the faster I'll get good at using that thing. But actually, that's the first weapon that I've had, and it's on topic because we're talking about LARPing this week. Yeah. But that's like one of the first weapons that I've had that I've actually cared about, like pelling with and drilling with and looking like actual techniques used for this fighting style. And I cheated a little bit because when I look at historical techniques used for great weapon fighting, I'm not just looking for people who fight two-handed axes, because believe it or not, that's pretty fucking hard to find information or fighting styles on. The same people who fought with two-handed axes are the same people that didn't give a fuck about books or writing, right? They didn't even care. So all of the info on that fighting style is a bit third party. So actually what I've been able to find is great sword and hand and a half sword and and similar drills like that. Cat, please don't bite my foot, that hurts. And he sits under my desk and he wants the belly rubbings from my feet, but if he doesn't get them, he gets very bitey, and we have to have a talk about it. But yeah, so there's not a lot of info out there. So I'm gonna have to go out there and learn it the old-fashioned way by getting my ass kicked over and over again, like I did all of the other games.
Are you looking at any SCA information sources or anything? Because axes like that seem to be pretty popular, at least in Callantyr, for one of their groups.
Yeah, for sure. Well, and here in I forgot what the kingdom was called here.
I think for Outlands.
That sounds right. And there's a couple of fighters that I've been to. Well, and Axgar is pretty big in my life. And he's very much so a great weapon fighter. He's more like polearm, glaive kind of fighter, but like a lot of those defensive techniques and a lot of those like feints, a lot of that stuff comes into play just because you're holding a two-handed weapon. It doesn't necessarily matter what's on the other end when it comes to the concept of those ideas. It's more about execution in terms of like where you're holding the weapon, because you have to like determine where it's striking, and then like how your wrists and forearms will move to make that actually happen, so you don't just like flat somebody, you know.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Wow, look, chat is just popping off. Flutter said that they're nursing a hangover for all of yesterday. So it's like, I'm not only, so they would be hungover if they didn't like really just beat the shit out of a hangover yesterday. I feel that. I do.
Yeah, it makes sense.
My Lady Avalon, good to see you. Well, go ahead.
So,
you don't
watch? Just like, I don't get hungover. I've never had a hangover.
Yeah, is it because you drink water while you're drinking like a responsible adult? Because I also don't get hangovers when I do that.
Probably not, because the times where I've drank the most, like I've never blacked out that I can think. Like I can always, everybody's like, "Oh, what happened last night?" I'm like, "Oh, let me tell you."
Yeah, let me go ahead and tell you.
Like,
yeah,
yeah, and everybody's like, "No, yeah, that tracks." But like I've been throw up, praying to the porcelain gods, drunk, and then I collapse, and I get up the next morning and I'm fine. Like no, none of the the soreness, the sensitivity to light, none of that shit. I'm just like, all right, I can like let's go about our day. So I don't know.
Gross. That's gross.
I'm just lucky.
Yeah, I don't get hangovers either, but it's also because I very carefully monitor how much water I drink while I'm drinking. And even sometimes I do, like, I'll forget, like, I'll get so drunk that I'll like, woo, I only want to be drunk now. Let's be a belligerent bitch. And then like I forget about water. I'm also in the same boat that I've never blacked out, but that's like purely intentional. That scares the shit out of me that there will be a period of time where I don't remember things. So, I very carefully trained this alcohol tolerance to be able to get super fucked up. And then like when I'm starting to get to the point where like, okay, maybe you should stop drinking. I will say that I'm pretty good at like having one hand put the other hand down back on the table when I grab a beer, right? Like, no. Yeah,
none of that shit.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good mechanism to have, at least.
Yeah, I feel lucky. Well, let's jump into the topic here. So we kind of broached the topic a little bit of LARPing when we were talking about the axe and the SCA a little bit. Oh my God, by the way, did I tell you that I got some sass for calling the SCA a LARP the other day? Like, it's reenactment, and I'm like, I mean, okay, like they're not mutually exclusive.
yeah, they're not mutually exclusive. And like, I've never had to bow to a king or a queen like
in any other game. Yeah.
SCA, and like the one event that I went to back in 2011 was Lily's War out in Missouri, and we camped right along the main road where the like royalty was walking all the time, walking their dogs and whatnot. And every time they came by, people were like, hey, it's royalty, bow. I'm just like,
do I have to?
I'm working like one of them. My elbow cup got ripped off of the leather strap, so damn. I had to. I'm sitting there working on it so I can get back to the fucking fight. And royalty keeps walking by, so I have to stop every time. Just like, I'm just gonna fucking keep doing this because I want to get back on the field, so I don't have to do this shit.
Right. Well, yeah. That's go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was just gonna say, like, I don't mean to get like too deep into that. I just don't know why SCA gets so like bent out of shape about that.
Sure.
Population.
Me either. Well, it's probably part of the draw, right? Like the people who I've noticed, the people who spend a lot of time in SCA like have invested not only a lot of actual money but a lot of their time into SCA, and like that's probably the expectations they have. But also like the world's sort of changing. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna have to roll with some of the punches there, be a little bit more flexible, especially when it comes to shit like bowing. Like there's some folks out there who are pretty fucking sick and tired of bowing to people, whether it be figuratively or literally, right? Like, how about you suck all sorts of eggs and don't tell me what to do? And I get that, right? Like it's a weird feeling at first to think that when I start I really started getting into SCA and started getting like the actual money to be in the SCA, because that's really like a big hold up, which we'll come back to, but the like right when COVID hit, so I haven't really got to spend too much fucking time in it, but yeah, I do get to hear from people the stories, third party such as that one, right? So kind of to leap into the topic a little bit using that example, so LARPing, that stands for live action role playing. Let's see what happens when we Google it. I want to see what comes up when we tell
Oh man.
people, "Hey, we LARP." I guess I'll just move your face here because I put people's Discord up in the middle of the monitor if I'm not using the search engine,
Mhm.
um, because like I like it to look like like I'm actually looking at you instead of like talking to you while I'm looking over here. You know what I mean? All
Yeah.
right, let's see. So when we Google LARPing. So it does say live action role playing game. That's good. They've got some pretty good examples. Well, and it's worth pointing out that there's all kinds of different LARPs, right? Like you and I play LARPs that are mostly medieval based, right? Swords, axes, magic in some cases. But there are
Mhm.
LARPs out there that are not at all related to these things. Like there's post apocalyptic, like isn't Nero like a Nerf dart that's like post apocalyptic set? There's like zombie LARPs.
I was gonna say, I think the post-apocalyptic like Nerf dart thing is Dystopia Rising.
Okay.
Not so much Nero. I think Nero's more like the might and magic, sword and sorcery kind of stuff.
Okay. So what other LARPs do you know of? Or do you play any other LARPs that are not like medieval based?
No, I have pretty much. I just play like the what people who play them, I guess, refer to as like the main three: Dag, Bell, Amtgard.
A dag?
Uh,
Okay.
well, so I started playing Dag back in 2004. I think it was September 10th. It was a Thursday, if I remember correctly. Uh, I'm
Okay.
dating so Uh, um, but
Ooh,
it's always been kind of that same family of LARPs, and even then, they're kind of LARP light. I
fair.
wouldn't call them like a traditional LARP in the same way. Like if somebody were like, "Oh, I want to go LARPing," I wouldn't introduce them to these games with the intent that it's like, "Oh, we're going to go build a character and create a backstory and this outfit and make it fit a setting," because that doesn't really matter in those games.
Right.
As
Well,
far as
go ahead.
traditional LARP, sorry,
Oh, you're
I
okay.
was just saying, as far as a more traditional LARP, I haven't really done anything like that
Okay.
too much. Just little bits and pieces here and there.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, and the one example that I can think of too, thanks to Fluttersup in chat, was like Avastrom, right? The Harry Potter, like that's pretty big in our area. There's a lot
Oh,
of
really?
people who are, yeah, in our mutual friend circles, like friends adjacent, I would say, that like do Avastrom. I would consider that a LARP. Hopefully, if there's somebody from Avastrom in chat, they can tell us that, like, if that's similar to the SCA, well, they'll like bind and quarter you if you call it a LARP. But like, it feels like LARPing, right? And that's something a lot more traditional that you're talking about. Like somebody builds a character and they have
Yeah.
stories and like that's pretty cool. And so correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like for you, and I know certainly the case is for me, I feel like we have a shared interest in this, but when it comes to the appeal for LARPing, it's more of the live action part and less of the role playing part.
Yeah, 100%. It's I enjoy the physical aspect of it and the fact that it is a system that has a hard and fast set of rules, but that your only real limitation for the majority of the game is what you can physically do. It's not based on hit points or you're fighting a duke, so therefore you're actually not allowed to beat him because you don't have enough
That made
levels.
me so
Or
mad, dude.
it's I'm sure people have run into that before.
Sure.
So in like the idea that in some people, some games you play a character and that character can straight up die. So after all, however much time you put into it, you have to retire that character because they're no longer alive. So now all their stuff doesn't matter anymore. You have to rebuild a new character.
Fair.
Yeah, that kind of stuff doesn't really do anything for me.
Yeah, same.
Uh,
That would be a bummer for me. Yeah.
Now, I will say, there's this event over in, I want to say, Junction City, Kansas, called Dark Tides. And it's been running for, I want to say, about a decade now. And it is using the Dagger Hero rule set. And it's run by this group called the ORE, and it's something regional events, original regional events, or something like that. Um,
There we go.
Escape from Source Island. Yep, that's it.
Oh, really? Okay, I'll have to go back to
Yeah.
it. I saw the Dag. So I've never played Dag or Bell. The only Boffer sport that I've played was Amtgard. I've been interested in the other ones, but like I almost don't want to like learn a whole ass new game. You know what I mean?
Is you won't have to. If you play DAG, like if you've played Amtgard,
Yeah.
just the physical aspects of the rules with some very minor changes, and you can play DAG. Like that's
Give me some examples of the minor changes.
so first off, the biggest one is going to be the amount of physical contact allowed. So like, Amp Guard, we can't grab each other, we can't grapple, we can't like shield check each other or anything like that. Dag, that's all fair game. If you and I are fighting and like I like grab your weapon or you grab my arm and try and wrestle the sword from me, you can do that. Now there's certain like you can't do joint locks, you can't do certain throws. Like it's all meant to be done very much with
Safety.
your opponent's safety in mind. But you can definitely just fucking like pick somebody up, take them to the ground, take the sword out of their hand, and just start beating on them until they call dead.
Beat the devil out of them, huh?
Oh yeah. And I know Ormar.
I do.
He came to Dark Tides with some writs once, and it was hilarious because nobody knew how to deal with these guys because they're like, oh, it's a bunch of amp guarders, like they aren't going to hit very hard. And then Ormar hits like a truck,
Right.
and nobody could hit him, so he was out there with two swords, just beating the bloody hell out of everybody.
Yeah.
Until people got fussy, and he just like had his fun and left. But I like that event because they have a kind of this in character driven story, right? So like the title for that one, Escape from Source Island, that's 6 or 7 years worth of other Dark Tides year after year after year, where the participants are deciding the course of the story. And there are dedicated NPCs that they have, and you can participate with them as much as you want or as little as you want. You can engage or not engage. It doesn't really matter. If you're just there for the fights, you can just be there for the fights.
Okay.
But in between field battles, they will have a couple hours of quest time where you can go to whoever's running the field for the day, and they will give you certain story-related quests. Some of them are just fetch quests, go kill these monsters and bring me back
Sure.
five rat tails. And there will be 5 people out there with tabards and daggers, and they're your rats, and they have your items that you need. Budget's not huge. It's a lot of like you got to have a good imagination or just be willing to just hit somebody and not worry about the details.
Sure.
But they really do put a lot of effort in trying to build this story and build this world that actually cares about what is going on at this event. And they've been branching out a little bit. They've expanded it a bit where there's some more role play options. They do 2 events a year, I think, instead of 1. But they're it's still definitely being built. There's still a lot that's going into it.
So is it newer? Yeah, and I have the same question that Silver does too, because I find it funny that Amp Guard is often the shrugged off folks in the LARP community. I've noticed that like kind of across the board, right? Sorry about that. And I've noted one of the big things that I've noticed is that like amp guarders are constantly surprising members of other LARPs in terms of like the expectations of an amp guarder are super low, whereas the performance of an amp guarder, like I don't know if a lot of people realize a lot of the shit that they get to do every day is shit that we dream about doing in the middle of our fights, right? Like, oh man, if I could only like grappling, for example, how many times do you find yourself in amp guard within grappling distance to somebody? You just want to put that person on their fucking ass, but you can't because it's against the rules. You get kicked off and COC'd or something, right? Yeah, so like, well, SCA is the same deal. I when I first started SCA, I told people like, hey, you don't have to take it easy on me. I've LARPed before. I know it's a lot different. I know that the weapons are a lot different. I realize that I'm moving different in this loner armor that barely fits me, but beat the shit out of me. That's the way that I learn. They're like, okay. And then you lay on, and then like they give you a lot of newbie grace, and then you just beat the fucking shit out of them, right? Like, bing, and they're like, oh shit, I didn't really know. Like, oh, you like, I know you said you were LARPing, but I didn't expect you to be so fast. Like, constantly shattering expectations, I would say the MGARs are.
Oh, 100%. Well, I mean, even when I played SCA for that little period back in 2010, 2011, before I got pissed off at the community and left. So I had this, I still have it. I think I've got to let you see it. I've got this stupidly heavy, it's like almost 4 pounds, 52-inch long greatsword. And that was what I'd been using at the time. And so I went out to SCA and they gave me this 6-foot rattan greatsword. And it has no weight to it because it's just rattan, and it's got the
cross guard on it,
the cross guard and the pommel and everything like that. And it was great because this thing is just flying all over the place. Wherever I wanted it to go, it just went. And I was like, this is fucking awesome.
Yeah.
I had people who would come up and they're like, "Oh man, how long have you been playing? Like, where have they been hiding you?" Um, and I got to tell them like, "Oh, this is my first time out at an SCA event," and they're like, "Cool, first time at an event, but like, how long have you been playing?" I'm
Right.
like, "Oh, 6 months." But then the dude who brought me was like, "Oh, he's been playing phone games for like however many years," which unfortunately shattered the fun a little bit because people would immediately turn to like, "Oh, you're a foam fighter."
Right.
Ugh.
Right.
But yeah, it's that same kind
I want to highlight exactly your reaction there because we're gonna come back to that, right? Like
of
we're circling back to that for sure.
no doubt. But yeah, like that same kind of thing. And one of my favorite things to do still is if I come to an area where nobody knows who the hell I am, I love to go up and be like, "What are you guys doing? Can I play?" And
Right.
just you're like, "Oh, how does this work? What is this game called?"
So wait, if you get
Like,
hit in the arm, you can't use that arm anymore.
okay, and then like I always have to make sure that I like grab it with my because I'm right-handed.
Okay.
And I have to grab it with my left hand and I grab it as like badly hammer grip as I can. Because somebody will hand me something and I just grab it and I immediately put it in, fucking put it in, my standard rogue or modified saber grip. I'm like, oh shit, I have to. It's a stick. I don't know anything about
Yeah,
this.
yeah. Pretend I've only done this once, and I did it
Yeah.
in Amarillo, Texas, mid-teens of the thousands. And like it was a fucking blast, right? Like I see the appeal behind people going to new parks and like I don't know what the fuck is happening here because there's something to be said about being underestimated, right?
Oh
Like
god.
the
So nice.
the satisfaction that one gets out of overcoming low expectations is just fucking exhilarating. So like that's a really easy way to get that feeling.
Mhm.
And it's definitely I definitely see the appeal, but I had a hard time like when I only got like a fight in, maybe two fights in. I wasn't very good about pacing myself with like pretending like you learn things because the people who do this oftentimes will like pretend like they don't know things and then they'll slowly pretend to like pick it up and then all of a sudden the light switches on and it's just like a flurry of wombo
Yeah.
combos, right? But like me, like as soon as I got into the position ready to fight, I couldn't turn it back off, right? Like I couldn't lower it. So the second somebody pushes, it's just like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm like, oh fuck, they're onto me.
Yeah. The couple times that I've done it, it's been where some of my friends practice, and maybe I'm like new to the area, but they haven't shown up yet. So I see that opportunity, and I'm like, I wasn't planning to do this. I was planning to just meet up with my friend,
Oh
and
sure.
they'd introduce me, but they weren't there, and people are already fighting. So I was like, I'll just leave my stuff in my car. I parked far away, so nobody can see what's in my stuff, like can see my stuff in the back. Then I go up and I'm like, hey, I've seen you guys here before. Like, what is this? What's going on? And it's great because like you get to hear how people talk to you as if you're new,
Yeah.
uh, and kind of like, if if I wasn't already in this, would I come to this group because of the how friendly they are? Is
Right.
kind of a it's not a super useful judgment, but like
No, it is.
if you're gonna be a part of that group going forward, if your first interaction with somebody, they're like, oh hey, it's whatever here, and they just hand you a stick and start beating the shit out of you. Probably not great for retention. If you're
Right.
planning to make that home park, you can work on that. But
Sure.
yeah, the couple times that I've done it, I fake it as long as I can, and then when I see my friend coming, that's when I'm like, "All right, the jig's up. I'll go ahead and just fucking like haul off." Um, and it's pretty great 'cause they're like, "You've done this before," and then whoever it is, like, "Hey, Karai, good to see you, man." Like, "You motherfucker."
Busted.
Yeah. Oops.
So that's a good question though, and a really good thing to highlight, just to touch on because we're definitely going to come back to kind of the expectations of its volunteers in regards to LARPs. And I just added it to list because it wasn't on there before, and it's a really good thing to talk about. But so in terms of DAG, we had a question in the chat: how is the community, especially relative to AmpGuard? And that's a really broad question. How is the community? But I mean in terms of like, because in the LARP that we share, AmpGuard,
Yeah.
I see a lot of volunteer burnout and a lot of expectations from its players, which it kind of has to be. It's it's a crowd sourced game in terms of like community building. There's like sure that there are larger entities that dictate these things, but at the same time, like those larger entities are also still just compromised of volunteers.
Yeah. So, let's see. So I played pretty much only DAG from about 2004 to 2015. So I was
Shit.
pretty involved at least in the Missouri kind of Kansas City area, and I met a lot of people outside of that too. So I got a taste of kind of the community that was based around that. That would drive the 3, 4, 5 hours to whatever the events were.
Okay.
For the most part, I would say that area at least, and the group that runs like Dark Tides specifically, um, is pretty great. They've definitely had their share of issues in the past. Any group has. But the cool thing has been that when faced with opportunities to grow or to change or to like put their foot down on something, they've unequivocally said, no, we're not doing this. This person is gone, or this behavior is not acceptable. We're done, right? Um, and then as far as like the burnout, so the main Kansas City group, it's still going out of like Grandview. They've got a program where basically as soon as you join up within like 6 months or so, they have kind of incentivized making your own gear, making your own garb, and becoming a part of the realm's like page to night um, funnel system,
Okay.
pipeline.
Oh,
That's
there
what
you
I'm
go.
looking
Okay. Okay.
because what happens is, let's say that you join Dominion, right? This group, and you're your first 6 months in, you see all these people run around, and everybody's got like matching tabards. Some of them have these silver stripes or silver sashes, right? And so you're like, oh, what are those? And people explain like, oh, that's this person has achieved XYZ thing. They have made one of each type of weapon or one of these many types of weapons, and now they're a master at arms or something like that, and they're going to become a page to the realm. And so those pages are taught how to herald, how to build and run battles. They basically take it amongst themselves to switch off in teams every couple of weeks. So you're not always running stuff. It helps prevent burnout.
You don't have like 6 months of dedication and time you have to give to something when like 100% focus without any exceptions.
Right. And now there's like leadership positions for the realms, and they last a year. It's your admin, treasurer, co-admin, whatever. But they don't honestly do a whole lot. Mostly if there are any dues, which is really rare, they keep track of those. They keep track of active waivers and just make sure everybody's up to date. And they usually help with securing event sites and making sure that if the group does have funding and needs a certain amount of funding for the event, that it's provided, and they kind of help with that. But otherwise, they're very, very much kind of hands off, not involved. They just go out and they play the game. They help run stuff. If somebody comes up, they're usually the people that are like, oh, hey, you're the realm leader. Go talk to these newbies. And it's like,
Oh,
okay,
cool.
cool.
Okay. That's neat. Well, we have similar like roles for that in Amtgard too, right? It's just a little bit more less incentivized, I would say, to do those things, right?
Yeah.
And almost even downright kind of tough, which we're going to circle back to for sure.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess to kind of encapsulate the question, what
Sorry,
is no, it's okay. You're doing great. Like that was a beautiful elaboration. You answered the question. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't have asked if I didn't want the answer to it. And I'm sure it helps out in chat too. And having a little bit of context into other games is pretty important too, because it allows us to like look at other games and see what they're doing right, for example. You know what I mean? And see like how we could kind of adopt those things into other games, or what makes what they're doing right. What are like what is the essence of what another group is doing that is working well for them. I think that kind of like cross game sharing should happen more. So yeah, definitely no need to apologize on that one. So but I have a tendency to ramble and get off topic, and it makes it very difficult for later Bo to edit the video into a nice concise video when you're like, wow bro, you just fucking rambled about that for 5 minutes and you forgot what question you asked, which I do all the fucking time. So but yeah, so to kind of encapsulate what LARPing is, and then to go back over here to I need to get a street fucking around. It's a live action role playing game. So it's basically like in person. I like, you know what? Here's the last question I put on that itinerary too, which I really wanted to ask. So to encapsulate LARPing, how do you explain LARPing to somebody who's never LARPed before? When you're out in the wild and you're like, hey, have you ever heard of LARPing? And somebody says no. And on the inside, or, I don't even know what's worse, when somebody tells me no, or when they say yes, like blank, and they're completely wrong.
Yeah, so actually it was funny because when you sent me the itinerary for this, I was at work and I was looking over it, and I was actually having that conversation with my boss. about what LARPing is.
Nice.
And I was like, all right. And like he's kind of basic dude. But it seemed like role models would be kind of right up his alley. So I was like, all right, man, you ever seen role models? And he's like, no, but I saw the advertisements. I'm like, all right, like the nerds that they show on there with like all the fancy like weapons and the goofy gear. He's like, yeah, like that. I'm like, nothing like that. Like, okay. And I just kind of explained like the weapons are the same where they're padded. And then sometimes like we've all got phones now, that have the access to YouTube, or we have our own videos. So usually I'll pull something out and show people some video and
Ooh,
kind of
can I show
explain a little.
everybody your most recent Instagram post? Or that's on TikTok,
Yeah,
isn't it? Check this out.
yeah,
Oh, so
yeah,
keep talking. I'll go ahead and Google it in the meantime.
no problem. But yeah, it's so I'll kind of show them that, and mostly I'll just feel like what we do is this live action role play thing is what LARP stands for, but it's what I do is kind of different because we don't necessarily have characters that we build or hit points or anything like that. We it's based on what you can do, and the weapons are padded so that if you want to actually straight up hit your opponent, you totally can. You know, and they usually kind of get into it. They'll ask a little bit more then, and then that'll lead the conversation. Um, but for the basic one, I'll just kind of say, it's kind of like this, and then it's a little less character based, a little more like physical driven.
Okay. I see. Well, that's kind of, so I tell people, you ever seen role models? And if they say yes, I'm like, okay. So like, that nerdy kid who does the things, like it's kind of similar to that in terms of like the weapons and the costumes and some of the terminology, but like the combat is a lot exactly like you said, right? It's a lot more fast paced. It's a lot more like decision based. It's a lot more decision driven based on like, if this, then this. It's not like holding your sword up in midair and like pretending to hit somebody, right? Like
Right.
it's a lot more you actually throwing shots, kind of like you're expertly demonstrating here on your TikTok.
Yeah.
Well, by the way, it blows my mind how little your shield moves. Like that's I dare to say is like this is probably what's contributing to a lot of your success here. But the big thing I'm seeing in constant here that other people you're fighting aren't doing is holding the fuck still when it comes to your shield arm. And like there's so many shots where I would have moved my shield, like, oh, I don't want to take this shot, oh, but I moved my shield, so the feint got me, right? Like feints don't even work because you don't even fucking move. Like obviously what just showed up is a clear not example of that, but
Well, Shion's different.
yeah. I
Man's,
go ahead.
I was just saying, man's built different.
Yeah, your TikTok is fun. There's all sorts of LARPing shit on here, dude. I didn't even know that. I gotta follow you. Make sure you follow you. It's
Yeah.
cool too. That's gonna help. And I'm actually seeing a lot more stuff in regards to LARPing with. I recognize that park. I missed that park. It was a fun park to fight at. I love the sandpit was there too. Like if you just need that extra calf workout. The but I'm seeing a lot more content on the internet relating to LARPing, and I saw that it was getting a good amount of momentum before before COVID kind of hit. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, so like since you have my TikTok up, actually, there's a response I did to somebody on there who he's been doing a great job. He's actually been doing like this introduction to Dagger here, and I think it was that one there.
Okay.
Yeah, Basics Part 6, where he's talking about like, oh, you want to use the A frame. And I said, no, not necessarily, like XYZ reasons. And he's actually from that park that I was talking about out in Kansas City.
Okay.
Yeah, but he's got some good videos as well. He's got some great reach. One of his videos got like 70,000 views or something
Holy
like that.
shit. We know
Just
somebody
explain.
famous.
Well, Dyer from what is it, Winter's Edge, something like that, has like 700,000 or something like that on some of his videos.
Okay. That's still a
Showing,
shit ton.
yeah, just showing what what we do and what it is. So there's interest, there's a lot of reach potentially. I think it'd be a great place for us to kind of build um build potential like recruiting or outreach opportunities, but
Sure.
otherwise it's just a fun place to kind of share what we do.
Hell yeah. That's a beautiful platform for that. Regardless too, right? But yeah, no, it sounds like we're pretty similar in terms of how we kind of explain LARP to layman's, and tools like TikTok are fucking fantastic for that too. Like, you know what? It's hard for me to explain. Let me show you this. And then like it's a lot easier, at least for me, to explain to somebody what we're talking about in regards to LARPing, when we can kind of highlight what we're um, like we can highlight what we're trying to tell them as um as we show it out to them on the screen, like, right, like, here's this, or here's what the garb looks like, or here's what the weapons look like, and here's an example of how even though it's foam it still moves really fast and makes scary noises, right? Like, sometimes it hurts a whole fucking lot depending on who fucking hits you, like this dude
Yeah.
that's built like a fucking truck who's on the show with us, right? Like, yeah, well, and that's it's a whole other conversation in regards to the way other people fight, and I personally do enjoy fighting fighters who make sure I know when I got hit, right? Especially because that's just the way I grew up. I grew up fighting with Axgar, and it was very much so like, if you don't hit me hard enough, I'm gonna kill you, right? Like, yeah, yeah. Well, cool. I'm glad that I'm not the only person who uses kind of like some of those teaching tools to explain to people, because I tend to ramble and get lost when I'm trying to explain people things, which I guess is the only way to word that. And it's nice to have tools like we were saying, like TikTok, that help us kind of explain that. So, so let's talk about some of the, and we kind of hit on some of them, but what are some things that really appeal to you for LARPing? What kind of keeps you in this hobby? What are some things that you feel LARPing has done for you?
So, the interesting thing for me was that I already had, before I started playing, I already had a healthy group of friends that we were all very close outside of this. So it's not like it necessarily helped me make friends because I already had that. Um, and honestly, like I kind of found my fitness separate from LARPing. So back in the day, it was just that like I grew up watching the old like black and white Disney Zorro like VHSs,
Okay,
and
same. Yeah, I love those.
loved a sword fight, and I loved the kind of the look of it, the feel of it, and that kind of got me in originally, and then over time, like I never played any sports competitively in high school or anything like that. So this was the first thing that I did that actually had some aspects of competition,
Okay.
and I would face these people, and I'm like, oh, they're better than me, usually because I just decided that they were supposed to be, and so
Okay,
I'd psych
fair.
myself out, right? And I'm like, okay, they're going to be better than me, so oh my god, and then I'd lose over and over and over again because that mental block is a bitch.
That's true.
But what would happen is eventually, of course, I'd be like, all right, I've done the time, and now my brain has decided you've gotten better. You are allowed to beat them. Um, and I'd do that fight, and we'd have a great series, and I'd end up winning. And the feeling of accomplishment uh, coming from that was really, really satisfying and kind of addicting. I mean, it's
Oh,
probably why
agreed.
I love the shit out of like FromSoft, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Sekiro because it's super challenging, and when you finally beat it, there's that rush of adrenaline, that serotonin, um, and you feel good. You feel
Yeah,
accomplished, and
yeah.
so it's that same kind of thing, and that's kind of what's kept me in as I go on. In around I think 2013, 2014, when I met Tisco, and he kind of started sharing some ideas with me from Amtgard. Um, I had thought I was at the top of my game at the time, and I was like, "Oh, I'm the best I'm gonna be." Man, I would beat the crap out of out of old me. And just kind of at this point, what keeps me in is this idea of constant progression and the ability to kind of continually see like what's next, what is my body capable of doing, what is my mind capable of doing, how am I able to interact with this person in this competitive atmosphere where like if you and I face off, right? And let's just say single sword, whatever, right? It doesn't really matter what it is, but we're both trying to manipulate the other person and accomplish something, whether that's through greater application of physicality or
Well
like
said.
mental game, like our interactions with timing, with measure, with tempo, everything. There's so much that goes into it, and it's weird for me that like when I'm fighting, my brain is going a mile a minute, but also I have really severe ADHD. So it's one of the few times where there's enough going on in a specific like action, a specific thing that I'm wholly in the moment usually,
Yes. Yeah.
and there's just nothing quite like it.
That's true.
And then at the end of it, when you beat that other person, you beat that warlord, when you win that fight for the tournament, whatever, the payoff is just intense. The emotional reward, the mental reward, that you put in the time. For me, I drill a lot. You put in the time, you put in the effort, and you put this version or this portion of this amount of yourself out there, in this conflict, and it paid off.
Yeah.
You came out the other side victorious. It's just it's hard to describe. I'm trying, but like
No, you
it's
did a great job. And I think that for anybody out there who's also, I guess the right way to say it would be living with ADHD, such as myself, probably really gets where you're coming from in terms of like all tracks are going to the same station for the first time and, well, really ever, right? Like, and like I have the privilege of having a few other things that capture my attention quite as fully, but those things kind of fade. Specifically, I think what does it for me is that the exactly what you talked about in terms of describing the different aspects that go into it in terms of applications of physicality and also of the mind. But I think that's what it is, because in like video games, for example, there's a lot of video games that also give me that feeling of focus
yeah.
and able to spend all of my attention in one place, which I normally can't do. And but that fades, pretty quickly the more you play a video game. I think the big lurch for me in terms of being able to really dump focus into something was the physical application, was the fact that while I'm also using my mind to the best of its meager like output, right? Like I'm just trying to be funny. I'm not being I guess it is self-deprecating, but I know I'm just trying to be funny. But but also like my body too. When you're moving your body, and especially because I did play a little bit of sports in high school, but my sophomore year I got injured really bad, blew out my knee, like so much so that it kept me out of the military when I grew up, which was a small blessing in disguise, I guess. And but like I took years and years off. That's when I got fat, like super fat, and because I was always kind of a bulky guy, but like I got super fat when I got hurt, and then I did get back into sports. So, and I was kind of playing Amp Guard at this time, but like also there was a big gap in my young Amp Guard career because we had to move to a place where there was an Amp Guard, and it is what it is, right? But like the coming back to it, I found that like not only can I get the serotonin that you get when you move your body, when you do the little wiggles, but also you can like apply, like you were saying, the brain, the mind games to it too. It's a very good way. One of the things I highlighted is a good way to like escape kind of some of the things that we deal with day to day, while also being a fun outlet at the same time, which are not common things, that's not a commonality in the world, that kind of like activity, right? So especially for those people who are neurodivergent, I'm going to do an episode here in the future about how I personally think that neurodivergency, even though it has a lot of adverse impact in people's lives, now I want to recognize that I recognize that, and like I see that, I think it's the next step in human evolution. I think it is humans. I think that it's the baby steps towards us being psychic creatures. Because I know personally that while I've been negatively impacted by my ADHD in, say, for instance, standard test environments, there's some things that I can do that other people can't. You know what I mean? Like, and then there's a lot of neurodivergent folks I know that, yes, while they have a really hard time with a lot of tasks that are quote unquote normal, there's some shit that they just fucking excel at. You know what I mean? And Amp Guard specifically, but LARPing that I've played, I think is kind of a haven for folks like that, because I think that it is one of those things where you have to use every part of you if you want to, especially if you're one of the folks like us who are driven to be a better versions of ourselves, who are constantly comparing ourselves to where we were and what we think our potential is, and then constantly surprising ourselves and continuing that cycle. You know what I mean?
Oh,
So yeah, that's really fucking cool that you also get that too, and it's comforting to me to hear that another person gets that from, you know, like LARPing specifically, because it's really hard to like when we were talking about earlier, how do you explain LARPing to a person who's never LARPed before? It's really hard to just encapsulate like here's this thing, here's what it is, but also here's why I do this thing. Because have you noticed that when you're explaining LARP to somebody who doesn't know LARP, you get some pretty skeptical fucking looks. So let me
oh,
get
well,
this straight. You dress funny. Is it like so? It's like Dungeons and Dragons,
right. Like, there's always some sort of deprecating joke, and
right?
like you just kind of roll with it.
Right.
Uh, yeah, yeah, I know what you mean 100% about the weird looks, and people are just like, I'm not sure about this, or what are you trying to sell me here? It's like nothing. Just it's a thing that I do, but you can't launch into it with that same like, oh my god, I get like the kind of explanation I gave about why I like this stuff. I can't give that to
Mm-mm.
somebody who's never done this before.
Right.
I just have to be like, oh, it's fun, it's good exercise. Like I get to get out and hit my friends and stuff like that. Kind of the standard canned boxed answers.
Sure.
Um,
That work with most people. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So
Well, that's why I tell people too. One of the other reasons I really enjoy LARPing and that keeps me into it is because really, like, one of my biggest hobbies, archery, is a physical hobby, but really only as far as my back and arms is concerned. Really, right? Like, and I need something to move my whole body. I crave that, which I never thought I'd say, but there gets to be a certain point where like I need to wiggle these bones or I start to get all sad in inside. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And like it's pretty cool because I do like so you mentioned that you know you kind of mentioned some of the media that you consumed when you were younger to that kind of really, you know, like the Zorro Disney films that
yeah.
really kind of like built an interest for this activity for you. Mine, but have you ever seen the movie Dragonheart?
Oh, I love Dragonheart.
I was one of those kids that was babysat through media, right? Movies and eventually video games, but like busy parents had to bust their ass whenever at home and babysitters are expensive. So here's like 200 hours worth of VHS tapes. Just watch what you want and don't burn the house down. The only
Yeah.
thing I did was watch and rewind and watch and rewind and watch and rewind Dragonheart because I fucking love that movie. And you're a kid, you watch the same movie. And yes, exactly. I'm glad you agree. It's really satisfying to run into another person who has not only seen but also enjoys that movie. Because have you watched it as an adult? It's on Netflix.
Oh, I have, and it's fucking awful, but I
Yes,
still love
exactly. Like you're like, wow, I can't believe like this was entertaining. And then I thought to myself, but the plot is like, it's like, wow, this is like a grade A hero's fucking tale. The sword
it.
fighting is not fucking terrible. Like there's actual fucking sword fighting in that movie, which is cool.
My problem with it is if they were to remake it these days, they would try and do it like all edgy, and I think I think it was almost a precursor or could have been like a spiritual precursor to like A Knight's Tale,
Oh, for
right?
sure. Yeah.
There's a certain amount of anachronism going on, and it's really great when it plays into that. And I think if it could totally, I think it deserves a remake in a certain like, it can't be it can't be taken super seriously. It has to be like this is an homage to a classic, or like this is a love letter to this classic, and we know that it wasn't great, but there's a lot of really good story pieces here. There's a lot of really good stuff that if just tweaked slightly um would maybe bring it up a notch, but not in that same kind of like, oh, everything has to be edgy and dark and
Right.
ugh.
Right. Well, and you know that's kind of what people are doing with remakes, anyways. They're including political messages and like you know, um, um, fucking they're trying to be relevant with the times and the struggles that we're facing, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Which really compared to now is quite frankly like I wouldn't say it's darker because the problems that we're facing now we still face then and we're more maybe even more prevalent, but now like there's a bigger spotlight on the cockroaches under the couch, you know what I mean?
For sure.
So which is a good thing, only good thing, and we're definitely going to come back to that. But like the point is that I spent a shit ton of time watching Dragonheart as a kid, and that kind of like ingrained expectations for me into what I wanted to do with my body in terms of skills that I wanted to have and like ways that I stayed fit. Because and we're going to talk about this a little bit later too when we get into the Go Beyond Gain stuff. But like fitness and working out is so much more than hey I just want to be sexy. Like I like there really is medical and psychological benefits to being active, right? So
Oh,
but Dragonheart really and very obviously that catapulted an interest into medieval things, so I eventually consumed other media that was mostly dragons and sword fighting and shit, and that's you know where kind of like my love for archery that already existed found a new home. And it was just really fucking cool. But like Well, fucking, I forgot I got so excited about Dragonheart. I forgot what I was talking about Dragonheart.
All right, this stream is now a Dragonheart watching stream. Pop that shit up. Let's go.
I'm doing it right now. Hang on, everybody. I'm gonna go ahead and put our transition screen on. Let me go ahead and pull up Netflix. Everybody, just don't tell Netflix that we're stealing their content. I think we'll be good to go. If we get more than 25 people in the stream, I will ban new viewers because that's when we start to get noticed, right? So, like, good luck. Seth Real says, please, in chat. Sounds like we have another Dragonheart fan. But in terms of, here's a really quick aside that I think you'll enjoy too, and I'll explain for context when we get to the negative parts of LARPing later in the show. But Dragonheart also explains why I have really high expectations of knights in Amtgard. I just do. And yeah. I feel like that's fair, but it comes from fucking Dragonheart because all of the things about virtue and generosity and humility and inclusiveness, like, all come from Dragonheart. The Knight's fucking creed plays over and over in my fucking head every time I'm thinking about or talking to knights in that game. So when we see shit that we see in the game, which we're going to come back to, it gets so frustrating. But yeah, no, I'm glad that we have a very similar interest in a movie that seems pretty niche, right? Niche. How do you say that word?
It's niche.
Yeah. What is there like a defined way to say it, or is it just tomato situation?
No idea. I'm not the one to ask about that.
I said niche once, and somebody like, whoo, that was not a fun experience. But we did highlight a lot of the really cool things to kind of circle back to the point that LARPing brings to the table, right? It's good exercise. You mentioned that, and we'll kind of highlight a little bit more, but like, it's a good place to build communities and to find new communities and to make friends. My entire friends group is basically friends that I met while LARPing. My chosen family, the Wolves, same fucking deal. And so there's a lot to be said in terms of friends and communities, like you were talking about earlier. And honestly, you get new skills. Like I've been able to fend off 3 people who tried to jump me while I was delivering pizza with a fucking broomstick, right? Like, because of Amtgard, because I was LARPing, I was more safe in a real life, like, danger situation. And it was great too, because there's also an opportunity to overcome being underestimated, which is its own addiction. And people are like, oh, he's got a broomstick, let's get this fucking buddy this pizza, whack whack whack, and they're like, oh, get the fuck out of here, here's for the broomstick. But yeah, so I've gotten new skills. Yeah, exactly. And you mentioned earlier too that, like, these hobbies are filled with different things you can learn. Like, even when you feel like you've reached, you gave us a great example of this, even when a person feels like they've reached their maximum capacity as a person, there's probably a whole ass other subsection of skills that they could learn.
Yeah, 100. What the hell? Sorry, had a chip pop up on my my screen. But yeah, no, it's really interesting, just the amount of new skills that you can pick up as you go. Like, I think people don't really appreciate just how much that goes, like, that you can get out of this,
Yeah, exactly. Well, Chask hitting it on some good points too there. The Torgoth said leadership skills too, like they led a local chapter of a nonprofit in a resume, which is something I'm going to start doing too. That's a great fucking, well, and it's not even lying, like, you literally are doing that. And like, when you're leading, when you're in a leadership position, it's like fucking herding cats. It's not the easiest fucking, like, you do get real life leadership skills out of it. You do get real life, like, administration and management skills, and like all of these other useful life skills come out of dressing funny and saying funny words.
Yeah, no, that really can't be argued. I mean, the amount of people that we have that have, I think, come into this and they don't have any idea what they're doing, and then they decide to step up and maybe run the local chapter or run, for office in Amtgard, and they suddenly learn, like, oh, I have to be approachable, I have to be outgoing, I have to be like, available for people to contact. And they start developing, like you said, these skills where they are visible, they're available, they're the ones who are, like, initiating contact and seeking the information that they need, and then they're building the skills necessary to, like, keep it organized, submit it on time, all that stuff. Like, it's huge.
Right. I couldn't have said it better myself. Well, and then I'm glad that we're able to very quickly bring up so many benefits to LARPing, because our next topic is going to make those really important. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I really want to spend some time talking about the nightmare part of the title. There's a lot of unseen tribulations when it comes to LARPing. Obviously, and there's some that are a lot more obvious, especially like we talked about earlier, as the world lifts up the couch and shines flashlights on the cockroaches, which I feel like is a pretty accurate metaphor. So it's pretty cool that those things are becoming more outward. But even aside from the social issues that the world is facing and overcoming together, there are other unseen struggles too. Let's try really hard not to scare our audience off of LARPing here, but I think that one of the platforms or one of the reasons I wanted to have the show is so we can have a place to be real, right? So don't hold back with what you've seen in the like what the whole don't scare people off is a joke, right? Like I'm not nor are you responsible for other people's emotional decisions.
True. Okay. Yeah. I mean, let's get into it.
And one of the big things that I put on the list right off the bat was what we were talking about with those cockroaches, right? Racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia. Like we've largely 2020 has sucked in part due to a large amount of these things that we are not only discovering in our game, but also struggling to A, remove, and B, like spread awareness of. Because just because we lifted up the couch and shined a flashlight on these cockroaches doesn't necessarily mean that other people hate cockroaches, which is a bit of a problem.
Right. Yeah. Man, and so like I haven't been staying super active with some of the online goings on of the groups, but I have seen um that it seems like every time you turn around, there's some post that's supporting BLM, right? Or is standing up for it, like Belagarth, the official Belagarth stance from their board of directors is that Belagarth supports the message of BLM and is actively against racism, bigotry, and that kind of thing. And invariably, every time there's a post like that, there's all these people who come out and they out themselves and they're like, well, that's fucking ridiculous. And, these people are all
This is a
terrorists.
game. You shouldn't have like a political opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's stuff like, oh, well, conservatives are being hunted down and thrown out of this game for no reason. It's just like, it's not for no reason. Like, this is a social group. Nobody has to interact with you if they don't want to. If I go out to the local Dagger Here Park and I say that I want to play, they can all decide that they don't want to play with me,
Right.
and I can just go get bent.
That's the
And
way
that
it is.
sucks,
Yeah.
but it's a social group. That's how it works.
Right.
And and that's maybe like a loose example because maybe I haven't done anything wrong, but especially if I've done something wrong, whether in the community or not, they're not required to let me participate. I am not owed that participation in these games, in these circles, because if the people who actually are currently involved have deemed that I am not a good addition or I'm a threat or any other thing that's going to basically harm the participation or the participants, tell me to get bent, tell me to fuck off. Like that's well within the right. And I think too many people get worried about telling someone to leave, that they're not welcome anymore.
Right. Well, and I especially coming from my background, my professional background outside of IT is in video game design and community management. And there's actually a huge debate in that community in regards to being welcoming and inclusive versus standing your ground. And the argument is very similar. I see very many parallels in that. Sure, you definitely want to embolden and bolster the growth of a group, but you want to make sure that the people who are in that group are good people, right? Like, and I know that's a really broad thing to say, but just to kind of to define that, I mean thoughtful and considerate, basically. Which I don't know how much time you've spent like with the history of this show, but like what we do is normally at the end of the show we draw conclusions, like you saw in the itinerary. How can we do to help the conclusion? Almost 9 times out of 10, it's basically don't be a cunt, right? And I feel like it's the same kind of thing that applies to the LARPs here, or like you said, really any chosen group. People want to be comfortable in where they spend their time, specifically when it comes to socializing, because that's more or less a recreational activity. And like recreational activities, we can have a whole last other episode about how downtime and like recreation time is really important for a person and a person's growth and a person's oh, that's so funny, a person's growth and a person's like development and like day-to-day life. Like we just talked about, exercise is really important for mental health. So is downtime, so is relaxation time, which again we're gonna circle back around to. But like when you are spending time doing the relaxing thing, you don't want to be worried about racists, you don't want to be worried about rapists, you don't want to be worried about trans or xenophobes, right? Like you don't want to deal with that shit. So then this is something I actually tell to people pretty often who are stuck on that side of the aisle. And specifically, this is a good opportunity to highlight inaction and the evil of inaction, because you said there are people who feel persecuted and hunted down for their beliefs, even though they haven't necessarily done or said anything. But at the same time, and we talked about this in a previous episode, I believe that a person who has a shared privilege with somebody has a greater responsibility to speak out against an injustice, right? Like this is a recent development for me, thanks to the help of actually the archers here. And really, I agree. And like if you are part of that group that is, say, pressing another group, and you don't necessarily participate, but you don't necessarily denounce it either. Like there needs to be at least a little bit of accountability there. And I personally think that you didn't do anything. You're right. You didn't actually contribute. So I feel like that person's punishment is going to be the fact that they're forgotten with history as humanity moves on, as we evolve, as we grow. I feel like the inherent punishment that they get for their inaction is the fact that they will not be remembered. So like being hunted down and persecuted, I actually sort of agree in some cases. I don't think that equalization through equal oppression is a good idea. And I don't think that showing somebody to not create marginalized groups by making those people in and of themselves a marginal group, which might happen in 200 or 300 years. Like, I don't think that is the way to go, but also like people need to have some accountability, right? Like
100%.
Don't be Butthole Goliath says in chat, it's the true words have never been spoken. Don't be a cunt. And you know, to kind of circle it back to the point, this is a huge issue in the LARP. Like we talked about, people want to spend their free time and their fun time in these LARPs. This is a recreational activity, so they don't want to be worried about being persecuted for things that they can't control. You know what I mean?
100%.
And we do see, like you said, some examples of that specifically in 2020. I think I will say that I see the blessing in people, like you said, outing themselves. I couldn't have worded it better myself. You know what I mean? Like it's almost like the cockroaches are saying, "Hey, flashlight, I'm over here."
100. Yeah. Well, sorry, I keep saying 100%. It's my tick. So in the games, I am a little bit guilty of kind of removing myself from a lot of responsibility when it comes to speaking up most of the time, because I go and I fight. So I end up not being around a lot of social situations.
Same.
And I hear about it later.
Like after the fact. Same.
Yeah. And so sometimes there's definitely a lot of reluctance on my part to go and like restart that fight if it hasn't already been properly handled. Like if people were just kind of like, "Hey, that's not cool," whatever, and it just kind of blew over, I'm rather reticent to go and like, "Hey, we need to talk about that thing that you did or said earlier because that shit's not okay." Because
Sure.
I don't want to start that up. I'm as stupid as it sounds, like I'm totally fine with like if a situation starts right there and it escalates, I'm totally cool with that. Like I can handle that, no problem.
Sure.
But being the one to like start a conflict,
well, it puts you at an automatic disadvantage as the aggressor, right? Even if the situation calls for the aggression, even if like it needs to be resolved, if you let something pass in the moment and then bring it back, even if you are the person that's right, you have the disadvantage.
Sure. And the problem is, though, we have so many people who get away with that because there's so many of us who are unwilling to take that step. Shit. You probably know him. I guess I don't know if you care if I name drop or not.
If they have a problem with it, they'll let me know, and we'll either take it down or here. I'm gonna allow this to happen as an example of creating opportunities for adults to communicate. Right? If this person's really sees this and is bothered by what you said, they can bring it up to you like an adult, or they can get bent.
Yeah, I don't think they'll see this, but also like this is another one of those things where I'm like, hey, am I telling tales out of school?
I think the fact that you're asking the question and you're giving the audience the choice to take what you're saying with a grain of salt is the most you can do in the situation, specifically because what you're doing right now is attempting to provide context to our point, which I don't think it's gossip if it's an example, I guess.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know. Maybe it is, but I don't fucking care. Please tell me.
Yeah, so Talus, right? Are you familiar with Talus?
Yes, I am.
There seemed to be a little hesitation there.
I've kicked Talus out of Wolf Camp more than once.
Okay, cool. So it has to do with that, actually. Not necessarily Wolf Camp, but just like last Arrakis, he posted up at Dark Moon Camp, and Dash was particularly uncomfortable with Talus's presence, and there were quite a few people who were just like uncomfortable with Talus. And eventually our group just slowly dwindled as everyone Talus can eat a bag of Pringles.
So just in case there was any confusion on where the group stands with this individual.
Cool. Yeah. All right on. I just never am sure about the audience. But yeah, so I mean, in that case, it sounds like there's not too much context needed because some people know him.
Hi, bruv.
But yeah,
what a great introduction.
Yeah. But he was hanging out, making Dash uncomfortable. And I don't remember who else. There were a couple people there, but Talus is being Talus, popping off at the mouth, and we. Like for me, I was like, this isn't really my camp. It's not my fire. Like, I don't necessarily have the right to tell anyone to leave. So I tried to make it as like uncomfortable for him as possible.
Like question what he's saying. Like, why?
Yeah, like I either question it or I just wouldn't engage with it and be like, that's fucking stupid.
That's fair.
And like just try and make him not feel like he's welcome there.
Yeah, well, to that. So to give you like a shared interest. So I told you my background's in game design. Yeah. Me and one of the other wolves. Colt, I don't know. Colt is a really great fucking person, but he hasn't been out in a minute. So like in 2015, 2016, Talus was in camp, and we actually invented an entire game because of people watching Talus and the way that he interacted with other people. And like I would never, if he watches this, then like I'm sure that this is the only part he's going to take away, but I don't think I would ever give him the ego boost in person of telling him, hey, listen, I invented this game from you. But it's called Battlezone Theater. Have you heard of that? Have I told you about that?
No.
Okay, Battlezone Theater is very exciting. For those of you who don't know what Battlezone Theater is, basically, have you ever been in a room in a conversation with somebody where anytime somebody says something, a person one-ups them?
God, yes.
Okay, have you ever seen, and that's annoying, right? Like we all are pretty annoyed by that. But have you ever seen what happens when that person one-ups the wrong motherfucker and that other person one-ups them right the fuck back?
Not very often.
Okay, exactly. But when it does happen, it's a fucking spectacle to the eye, and it should be scored. So we invented a game called Battlezone Theater, which is basically as soon as that happens, as soon as somebody one-ups somebody, and then somebody one-ups them right the fuck back, the game is fucking on. The first person, this is how this game is played. The way to score in that game is to make the other person submit to you, right? So like if somebody one-ups and then you agree, like, oh yeah, man, that is pretty cool as a participant in that battle, then you lost a point because you're supposed to be one up in this motherfucker. You can't give him the credit, right? So he gets the fucking point. The game is obviously over when one of them gets frustrated and walks away that they couldn't impress the other person. But more often than not, we get to like 5-6 points where people just go back and forth. Like, no, I'm better than you. No, I'm better than you. And like, oh man, watching that guy, like that is its own fucking source material, but it is a good example of how an individual can kind of like bring down the mood for sure,
Yeah. Yeah.
And
for him, like,
go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say like that seems super fitting because that's pretty much all he did the whole time, and just like he's one of those people that we have got to like. I don't know why he's still around.
Right. Well, and the fact that folks like that exist in the game currently is kind of why people are having a hard time taking its progressive messages seriously, because all we're seeing is words and not necessarily action. And it sounds like we're really just beating up an individual to anybody who doesn't have context, but Bruff did a good job of highlighting why we're mentioning the things that we're mentioning. And this is an immediate example of what I was talking about, is when people have these ideologies, this is the consequences of his actions. This is how he's remembered. When people say this person's name, these are the first things that come to mind. And it is not because we're malicious people or because we like hate this person for no reason, right? Like, this is an earned opinion through several individuals, based on a person's actions and words.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, if it's one or two people, maybe all kind of the same group, you're like, you can be like, that's
Maybe you guys are
you,
just being dicks.
yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, when it starts to get, like you're saying, like this multiple exposures, multiple similar responses coming from people that have met him over different timelines, different areas, if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck,
Probably a fucking duck.
probably a fucking race. I mean, a
Yeah,
duck.
yeah. Well, no, I was gonna say that too, but I didn't like. I felt like we were gonna like build a joke off of it too, right? Like, if it says racial slurs and it has racial beliefs, it's probably a fucking racist.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, and Chad's bringing up a lot of really good points when it comes to like speaking out, highlight. And I have to say, I think that there is a little bit of importance in actually name dropping people, not necessarily to embolden quote unquote cancel culture, which is a hilarious concept to me, and but more to like I said, like, some of these cockroaches need some flashlights, and I honestly, this is a really weird, twisted way of thinking about this, but I used to be similarly minded, right? When I was younger, because that's the way I was raised. Southern Baptist family. And I was afforded the opportunity to grow and learn from those ways through people who saw who I was and knew that I was being ignorant. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I fully believe that as humans, people deserve that chance. However, I do not think that anybody is entitled to that. You know what I mean? I fully recognize that what I received in terms of grace and education was a privilege that was not necessarily something that I was entitled to. So I try to operate in that. So in a weird, twisted way, to kind of bring that to the point, I'm hoping that if Talis does see this, right, instead of just saying, wow, these guys are just talking useless shit about me, they're wrong, and here's a blah blah blah, I'm hoping that it does at least the modicum of help in the interruption of why do they think these things.
Maybe at least like triggers just a spark of self-reflection. um I think that's all most of us can really ask for when it comes to some of these people, is just like, can you stop and at least think about this crap for a minute? And if they can, if they have that ability, normally it doesn't usually take that like this long. There'll have been call outs before, and they'll they'll get it, they'll change.
Right.
um so I mean, like, to your example about yourself, I wasn't raised Southern Baptist, but I grew up Catholic. My parents were both born in the 50s. So they're rather old school. And I grew up listening to my dad talk about how black men just wanted white women so that they could use them and to like make babies and take off, and like how um you know uh gays and queers and F words were all just worthless and like this, that, and the other. And it's like there's a lot of trauma to unpack there. But like I for a while I was also guilty of like using racial slurs because like my group thought it was funny,
Right.
and like we had people in those racial groups and they said, oh, it's cool,
Right.
right? But like
Was it
as
though? Like, maybe they just didn't want to get fucking murdered.
right, exactly, especially because like we were in small town Missouri.
Right.
And like I thought this dude was so cool. I wish we were still in touch. But he was one of the local football players, and he came out and he joined our group. And he beat the ever loving shit out of all of us. He had a great time. He went and hung out with us outside of this stuff. Just real cool dude. And I think about like the kind of jokes that we used to tell, but jokes that we used to tell back then, and that he kind of like let us get away with. And I'm like, fuck, dude, why did we ever do that?
Mhm.
And so it's that I am very thankful, like you're saying, that grace that somebody had to show you, maybe give that opportunity to reflect on the things that you were doing and the things you were saying and grow, right? Because I look at stuff that I've done in the past, even as recently as like, God, 2016, 2017. I'm just like, oh God, fuck. I wouldn't hang out with me. Like
Right.
I was awful. Um, but I also think there's a certain amount of like willingness to self-reflect that people
Oh,
have
sure.
to have,
Sure.
because you can't expect people to just constantly give you the benefit of the doubt, give you their time, give you the grace to change. I can't, like, you can't constantly come to me and be like, Trav, so, you've said these things, and this is my 10th time reminding you about something that we've talked about or something that you've said that you need to not do. Because
Right.
if I'm only just changing the behavior, like that singular thing, because you mentioned it, I'm not actually
Right.
self-reflecting. I'm
Right.
just,
Making people around you comfortable.
yeah,
Right. Right.
that's useful.
Not change, right? Well, and kind of that's why I really wanted to comment or highlight the comma. However, part of it, people aren't entitled to those things because
Mhm.
we talked about this on an episode a couple of weeks ago about how, especially as it pertains to a person who has a shared privilege, is kind of obligation, I guess, as a really tough word, to kind of intervene. But it's not necessarily a person's like obligation to have patience for people who fit these categories. It's not necessarily a person's, like you said, it's not a person's education is their own responsibility. So it's not that a person has to keep somebody in their life to tell them 10 fucking times, right? In fact, I have a very much so, everybody makes mistakes, right? I have everybody gets a second chance in my life, but nobody gets a third chance. Obviously there are exceptions because there are people I love more than other people, but for the most part, nobody gets a third fucking chance.
Yeah.
And sure. Well, but so at the same time, I also feel like if I'm gonna assume the response, if I'm gonna enjoy the pleasure of calling somebody out on their bullshit, Talus in this case for an example, I feel like the cost to get onto that ride is at least some sort of thread or modicum of tidbit or something that they can pull out of it or Google, right? Like we've already used a million fucking words that if this person were to go back and watch this VOD, or if this person's live in chat, if they want to reflect, if like you said, if they are in a point where they want to self-reflect, because that's the only way that these people change, is if they think to themselves, maybe I don't want to be this person anymore. I would like them to have something they can Google, because I think one of the biggest things that sucks as humans is we don't know what we don't know. Like we don't, and especially when it comes to areas where we're trying to educate ourselves, especially in an area, in a world inundated with so much digital information. I think that giving people leads is the obligation of enjoying the pleasure of calling somebody out on their shit. Because let's be honest, it's cathartic as fuck to just. I once punched a Nazi in Walmart, right? Like I'll tell you, I think about that all the time because it felt so good. Like my hand, like like punching somebody. I assume you've done it. Like it hurts because it's physical contact, but like the pain is just a reminder of how fucking awesome the experience was. If it's like a just experience, one like punching bullies, same example growing up. So like, but I also said, hey, don't be a fucking racist several times before that dude threw a punch at me, right? Like I gave him the information he needed there. If one day he sat down, he's like, man, why is history gonna forget about me? Why does everywhere I go feel like I'm unwelcome? Because you are. And if you want it to change, you have to change with the world. The world is just changing. It's changing to not be as tolerant of this bullshit as it has been for the last hundreds of thousands of years. And if you want to be relevant in society, like you said, it's society, it's social. There are norms that are a big part of society, and now those norms are being more inclusive than we have been ever before. If you don't like those norms, then congratulations, you will not be welcome in society. That's what you sign up for by sticking to your beliefs.
Yeah, that's really how it goes. You're given the opportunity, you're given the information daily to see kind of like what's acceptable, what's not, and to adjust with that. And I think that kind of like we can dive deeper down that rabbit hole where
Mm-hmm.
people start talking about, well, are morals, malleable? Sure, of course they are. But there's some things that just like we can look at right now, because we there's no point in us looking forward to like the next 500 years and be like, oh, well, will this gel with it then? Who cares? None of us are going to be alive then. All we can do
Right.
is try and make sure that the world is as good now as we can possibly make it
At
and
least, yeah.
leave better for the people that are going to come after us, right?
Right. Well said. Yeah.
And I think that's, oh God, I wish I could remember it. There was a period where I was like quoting a bunch of Ernest Becker and God, what's his name? I don't remember. But they had to do with like the way that society builds heroes and the ideas that lead to them and the urges that lead to the creation of these heroic figures and these ideas of people who are somehow bigger and better, right? But one of the quotes is something along the lines of anything less than new sparks of what is it? I don't recall exactly. Unfortunately, it's been a little bit. Um, but basically, the idea is anything less than new daily effort dedicated to the improvement of your world and the world of those around you um, is a failure in terms of like trying to achieve the best version of yourself and for others.
Yeah, that's a really good way to word that. I think paired with the kind of what we talked about earlier in terms of people needing downtime, and a future episode is going to be about life as balance and how like bad things are actually good things and good things are actually bad things, and like, you know what I mean? I think that paired with an understanding that the universe is balanced and we're just going to have days, like you said, it's a failure to do anything less than that, but I think that we need to put less a negative pressure on failure as a society, right? Like,
Yeah,
and especially because to err is human, as we know. And we don't like, of course, there are going to be perfectionists like yourself, it sounds like, and like me, who are going to constantly push ourselves to be the best versions of ourselves. And when we don't, like, it's really easy to, like we talked about before the show, kind of beat the shit out of ourselves, you know?
100%.
But like, I think that I am offering myself grace to fail as I get older and older, and I find that as I make that space for myself, I'm less miserable when that inevitably, as I'm human,
Mhm.
happens. You know what I mean? So I agree with what you said, but there are just instances where that's not acceptable. And I think that especially when we're talking about social groups or society at large, like, because it's not just about you. I've said this on multiple episodes, and I'll say it until the day I die. The rights of a person, which are completely made up and fabricated by humans, by the way, but the rights of a human being only like, your rights stop at the start of another person's rights.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
the moment you begin impacting another person, it's not just about you anymore. And that's where it comes to, like we talked about, yes, you can offer yourself grace for failure. Yes, you can offer yourself the ability to pace yourself and learn at your own pace. But when you're impacting other people, i.e., when you're being a racist or a homophobe or a bigot, you're impacting other people. When you begin impacting other people, the responsibility is not just about you, and it becomes far greater. And failure becomes a little bit more severe.
oh yeah, absolutely true. Um, and that's really like society at large, and on a smaller note, our societies for the games that we play are built on that idea. Like we have to, sorry, ADHD brain's kicking in a little bit.
Been there, homie.
When that happens. Last thing you said, what was it?
We were saying that just because we offer people fail, like the grace to fail, does not necessarily mean it's acceptable for them to continually make the same social mistakes.
Thank you. Yes, that. So it's, you know, we give people the information, we tell them what is going to be acceptable, especially in behavior. And really, we're not even necessarily looking for deeply held beliefs, right? We're just looking for behavior. Like if you believe deep in your heart that people of color are somehow inferior, but you never express that to people, you'll probably be allowed to continue to play the game.
Right, and you're like we talked about earlier. Your consequence for your beliefs are going to be forgotten. You'll be forgotten. You will not be remembered. Nobody's going to care about you after you die,
Yeah.
because that's how society works, right? Like,
Exactly.
yeah, well said for sure. And that kind of like we spent a lot of time talking about this, but it's honestly one of the biggest detractors from at least LARPing. But obviously, it goes a lot bigger than LARPing. But to kind of relate this, but I have a metaphor on the show that comes up pretty often where my thought process, kind of like you were talking about earlier, are spider webs. We got that metaphor from our good buddy X-Ray Blacksmith, and I coined the, I guess, moniker that if I lose my train of thought, then the gardener came around, just cut down those fucking spider web, said, now we're good, homie, let's good luck. And I think it's a really beautiful metaphor because it happens a lot to spiders. Like these spider webs, like if you just look at a spider web, it's fucking beautiful. Have you ever just like stopped and looked at a spider web? They're fucking cool. Are you afraid of spiders? I was wondering. Yeah, I saw you get physically uncomfortable when I said spiders, so I'm glad I didn't use that example, and I'll move on. But the point is that there's a lot of beauty in. I can very easily pivot to Buddhist monks who create sand art, right? Like, a very good example. But to relate it to the point as a whole, like there's a really big problem in society, but that problem exfoliates itself within miniature social groups such as LARPing, and our LARPs are no exception from the kind of social changes that humanity is facing. And that can be a bit of a detractor. It's pretty fucking exhausting to be a member of a minority group, or even to less so. Hold on, let me make sure I word this right. That is very exhausting. To a lesser extent, it is also exhausting being a member of a shared privilege group to people who are acting fucking stupid. Especially if you're a person like yourself or like me, who, when you see injustice, Disney has taught you well in terms of you better fucking do something about it. Dragonheart has taught us well in that when we see injustice, we better fucking do something about it. And it's gone further as to tie our self-worth as humans to our utility and ability to act, but that's a whole ass other episode, right? Like,
oh boy, yeah.
But the point is that like it is a detriment to LARPing in general, and it being specifically societal problems and lending themselves to LARPing. Right now, there are a couple of others, and I want to touch on them pretty quickly because I want to make sure that I allow space for us to talk about Go Beyond Gains and your brand and stuff like that. I know, I suspect, I should say, based on how much we know about each other, that you probably don't want to spend too much time talking about yourself, but too bad. Like, I want to shout out my friends and talk about the great things that they're doing. So obviously consent is important. So if you're uncomfortable about that, we won't do it. But
nah, it's fine.
If you're like only slightly uncomfortable, but you like, you know what I mean? Like only because you don't like talking about yourself, then we're going to just go ahead and barge right through that door. Right.
Mostly that second one. Yeah.
Okay, good. And the another thing I want to point out is that we did start a little bit late, so I know I asked you for your time only until 1 o'clock.
I figure we'll go a little late. That's fine.
Okay, cool. All right, so to jump back into it, obviously, the social issues that the LARPs face are huge and really cannot be overstated in terms of the importance of addressing them. And there's a lot of ideologies and aspects behind people's lives that go into this. There's people who participate or contribute or fight the good fight at varying different levels. I, like you said kind of earlier, I also too am quite a bit removed from it, but that's because I have my own conflicted feelings on how we fight racism and sexism and homophobia, right? Like I said before, I don't believe in equalization through equal oppression or creating new marginalized groups to show them what exactly everybody else is feeling. Like, you're right, that is a really good way to give somebody perspective, but it's just as evil, if not hypocritical, right? So so I have my own conflicted feelings there, which prevents me from participating because I feel like I don't like to contribute to such an important conversation if I would in any capacity be detrimental to it, right? And I feel like ignorance plays a big part in that. So but yeah, so like to pivot a little bit away, there are some other issues that LARPs face as well that I think that people probably know about and are trying to work on, but at least are like aware of issues. Like, for instance, we kind of talked about this a little bit earlier when we were talking about people cross gaming and people having low expectations of other cross gaming. But there's like a fair amount of, and this was our topic last week too, but there's like a fair amount of gatekeeping in regards to LARPs.
So much.
Not necessarily just in terms of like experience, then this exists, but experienced players being dicks to new players, which is classic gatekeeping. But we're talking about, like you mentioned earlier, there are a lot of political and like leadership positions within these LARPs that also have a fair amount of gatekeeping involved in them.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, sorry, I was Just trying to gather my thoughts, but you go ahead and lead that.
No, that's what I was
Okay.
gonna just I was just going to like ask you more specific questions, because like sometimes I have a habit of leaving people off on really general topics just to see what their idea is, but like it sounds like you're like me. There's a lot of fucking thoughts, and you're not sure which one to fucking start on.
Yeah, why don't you hit me with something specific and we can kind of see what happens from there.
Sure, sure. So, what are some examples of like some gatekeeping that you've seen in LARP? We've already hit on one in terms of cross gaming. You brought up cross gaming, gatekeeping in terms of other people having lower expectations for people who play like Amp Guard. Gatekeeping from people who don't play Amp Guard to people who do play Amp Guard is fucking crazy. I love it because I have a weird kink to overcome being underestimated, right? Like,
Yeah.
but that's not necessarily the case for everybody, and it can be probably pretty annoying when people say, like you said earlier, "Oh, you play Amp Guard."
hmm Well, so that's kind of a running joke in one of the discords that I'm in with a bunch of like Bell folks from kind of the Midwest, like Iowa, Illinois area. Um, and for me, there's always a certain joy because I don't play a lot of Belagarth. Pretty much the only times I play Belagarth are like events, right? I
Okay.
played DAG for 10 years. So the Kansas City area, and then a bunch of people through like the online forums know me. Um, I've only been playing Amtgard for like the past 5, maybe, I guess going on 6 years now. So I'm still kind of building up there. But Bell, like I'm relatively unknown. So there's always a certain amount of joy that I get whenever I go somewhere and they have no idea who I am because I get to just go and be me. There's no expectations. There's
Mm-hmm.
no, and if I don't bring up that I've already like that I play Amtgard, people just assume that I'm from a different area. They don't care. They don't really ask for the most part. I can just go and do. I will say at Battle for the Ring 2020, the last event I went to before quarantine became a thing, which if you guys have never been, it's in California in January. It's fucking amazing.
What game is it an event for?
It
Is it just like a cross game event?
I think it's billed as being Dagger here, but it's pretty much exclusively Bell.
Interesting.
So, it's a great event, great people, some of the best like attitudes that I've ever gotten to encounter at events. It's one of my favorite. But Bruin went with us this last time, Bruin and Viedra. And so Bruin and I were sparring with a couple of people, and Bruin got a bunch of really great blocks on this dude and then killed him. And the guy
Nice.
complimented him, and he's like, "Oh wow, that was really good. Like those blocks were on point. This, that, and the other." And Bruin stops and he goes, "Thanks. That guy trained me," and points to me. And he just looks at me and goes, "Okay." And because
Sure.
dude has no idea who I am.
Right.
Like the dude that I'm sparring with, Mr. Dark, he and I have known each other for years. But this other dude has never run into me before. So there's a certain amount of like, I don't know, it kind of tickles me whenever that kind of happens because it's like, yes, this is, you know, um, it kind of leads to some funny situations. People don't know what's going on. If I show up at a thing, I only have a sword because I can't bring my gear to that because it's California and flying gear out is
It
expensive.
sucks. It sucks so much.
Oh God, it's so expensive. They're just like, oh, like this dude thinks he's hot shit and whatever, and then I'll get my shit kicked in for a bit and adjust, whatever. So that amount of like low level kind of lack of expectations is kind of great. But I guess it's not really the gatekeeping stuff. It just
But
I don't know how deep I want to get into that.
so it sounded like you were about to segue into, but all of that changes when you mentioned that you played Amp Guard.
Yeah, and that is really kind of it. Because then there's one of two reactions. It will either be like we talked about before, where it's like, oh, you play amped card, like, and I've seen some people's shot calibration shift to where like they no longer take my shots, like stuff before where they were taken just fine. They're like, no, it's pretty light. I'm just like, so now that I play a game where the shot calibration is known to be lower,
Sure.
I suddenly like my shots aren't valid. Because I don't hit the hardest out there. It's never been a thing that I try to do, but like I definitely
Want people to call
like
their shots. Yeah.
yeah. When I throw light, I know when I throw light. But other times there's certain amounts of like if people know about Amtgard and they're into the fighting culture and they're like, oh, you're from Amtgard. Okay, what order of the warrior are you? I'm like, doesn't really matter because it's not an accurate measure of skill.
Oh yeah, you want to know what mine is?
Yeah, please.
2. I have 2.
Yeah, see, that's not. It doesn't make sense. I've had. I think it was Augustus, and then who did I speak to recently? Somebody was asking me, they're like, "Oh yeah, how many orders? You're at like 8, right?" I'm like, "I'm at 6." And they're like, yeah, I just get a look every time.
Yeah.
It's this, but it's not an accurate measure of skill level. It's just a measure of how many tournaments you've won.
Right. You know that I definitely do not join Sapperling tournaments, although I am tempted because, like Bruff actually said, there's a lot of people in LARP who want to feel better than, and like that, it is an intoxicating appeal, right? The
Yeah.
superiority complex is like, it is rewarding to the sort of serotonin levels in some form or fashion, but you can achieve that naturally, like you said, through hard work and like overcoming obstacles. But like it's good to hear that like there hasn't been too much gatekeeping in terms of like, oh, you're from Antgard, but you're 100% right that there is a level of gatekeeping in terms of rewards, and even really not even just in terms of fighting. Like you hear other people saying like, oh wait, you made that, how many Garbers do you have, or how many owls do you have, or you know what I mean, like, oh wait, you put together this event, how are you a crown knight, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I see that a lot too. Yeah.
It's like pretty much the only things that I follow for myself. I look for warriors and I look for griffins because those are the two that matter to me the most. Um, and that's just me, and I don't worry about too much other stuff because I don't really do a whole lot outside of fighting. And if I do, it's usually a selfishly motivated project. Like at noon, I got some lions for that. I think for like organizing and leading that, but I don't worry about that too much because that was something that I did for myself anyways.
Right,
Like
right, and they
it
just so happen to intersect with a common interest, like
yes,
with the group as a whole.
yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
and there's nothing wrong with like going into a situation knowing that's the case. I think the only problem where somebody finds themselves in those situations is where they're untruthful about what their intentions are. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Yeah. But as far as like the gatekeeping kind of at the higher levels when it comes to joining certain groups or being recognized at a certain level, I think it's definitely um, I think it's definitely more prevalent kind of as you get closer to masterhoods and knighthoods. The only one
Paragons.
that I can really, yeah, and paragons. The only one that I can really speak to, of course, is warlord, right? Because
Sure.
that's the only
Yeah,
one I'm really invested in.
sure.
Um, And this one's weird because there's always lots of conversation around it. How do we accurately measure it? It's the only one where you have to defeat a master 4+ times before you're awarded it. How do you accurately rate it? Things like that. And I would say, I don't know if this is necessarily gatekeeping, but one example that I can say is in the year 2019, one of the locals was like, hey, you, me, and this other person, we're all sixth order of the warrior. We're gonna lock down the duchy tournaments. Nobody who's not a sixth or higher is gonna beat us. And I was like, all right, cool. So I went to the Dark Moon and I went to the IMD tournaments and I won those. So I got 4 duchy wins that year. And then the dude who proposed it lost both of his up in Northern Holdfast, and one of them was to Leo, and Leo got his 7th Order of the Warrior off of that. And that was one of those moments where it's like, I'm very happy for Leo. I think he should get that.
Crazy good
Uh,
fighter. Yeah.
oh yeah,
Oh,
and
also
just a
he's
just
getting
a
into archery
sweetheart.
too. Yeah, he's getting an archery big time now, which is a
Oh
fucking.
yeah,
I'm gonna be fucking cheesed
oh
about
yeah,
that. Yeah.
yeah. You're all about
But yeah.
that,
Anyway, go on. So you got a seventh.
right? But so he got his 7th after a single duchy win, and out of curiosity, because I hadn't looked, but I looked it up the other day because I had been talking about it with somebody. I looked at his tournament results, right? And I think it was he got first in, I want to say single, and then he got 2 or 3 seconds, and he ended up winning with like 10 points. Next person had 8 points, whatever. He
Semantic
won.
wins. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not about to fault him. He was pretty consistent overall,
Sure,
right?
sure,
Nobody else was that consistent. While there were other first place winners, those winners didn't then get a bunch of seconds. They
sure.
they were doing thirds and fourths.
Right.
He
It's like
took second at
clearly
least.
clearly niche fighters, not well
Yeah,
rounded, and that's the whole point of these tournaments is to demonstrate like a well rounded weapon prowess. Right.
exactly.
Okay.
Uh, because what we would say is, at least back in Tal'Dagor, when I started, when we had 5 categories, single, board, flow, whatever, those are all 20% of your grade. Here, since we only do 4 categories in the IMD, the Iron Mountains, um, it's 25% grade, whatever.
Math checks out.
Right. But the point is, like, there was definitely a lot of like bitterness on my part for a while after he initially got it, because he won one tournament and got 7th. I won 4. And I didn't even get like a Griffin or get any like nothing out of it. It's just like, okay, yeah, par for the course. And I mean, you'd said something earlier when we were bantering, where let's do something, and then if you win, or if I beat you, like that's just how it's kind of supposed to have been for whatever the example is. And then if you win, then it's like, oh well, I'm on it, right? Um, and that's the kind of thing that I think once you get to a certain level, at least, and I'm sure it extends outside of fighting, but that's just the one that I have the most experience in. If you do the thing and you win at it, well, of course you fucking won. Who cares?
Right, like that's your job. Look how good you are. Right.
Right.
Well, that's okay. Keep going.
If you lose, though, and this is the kind of thing, this is where I think it deals more with fighting, at least kind of the way I've experienced it. I would get people who like, I'm your rival. I'm like, I have no idea who you are. I'm sure you're a cool person.
Like Endgame, right? Like, you took everything from me. I have no idea who you are.
I don't even know who you are. Yeah. And I've had that happen a lot in Dagger here specifically. Like, I'll show up to Dark Tides and this dude, I know his name now. He's like, Karai, I'm your rival. I'm like, who are you? Point is, though, if he beats me, or if any of these people beat me, right, or any of the other knights, or any of the other like stick jocks, any of the named fighters who are like that guy right there, right? If they lose to these people, that the response is not usually like, oh man, this kid must have tried really hard, or maybe they got lucky or anything like that. It's just like, oh, I guess that person isn't as good as we thought they were.
Oof. Yeah.
And if they win, it's like we said, like
of course you are.
Of course you won. Yeah. You're supposed to win. Like if Shion, if Shion come, like he's and maybe this is putting him out there, but it was, I think, a very genuine moment, and I think it's a good thing to share, so he can slap me about it later if he wants.
Emotional vulnerability is very welcome here. Send it.
So he came up to a tournament, well, maybe 2018, 2019, I'm not really sure, one of our Kingdom tournaments, and he came with Tisco and Lamau and a couple of the others, and he won, but he was the only he was the only warlord here for that tournament. And he was so stressed out at the end of the day. He came over to our apartment and everybody was hanging out, just chilling, talking about the day. And he shared, it was like the only thing he shared. He just sat there the rest of the time, that yes, he won and he had fun, but it was an awful day because he's the only warlord there. And if he loses, right, even as good as Garion is, if he loses to him, then he gets like, oh, well, Shion, are you sure that you're actually like a warlord? Are you
like questioning his accomplishments and like things that he's worked hard for and has clearly earned?
Absolutely. And then he wins, and it's like, well, of course, no shit, you won. You're the warlord. Like, you're supposed to win, right? And so I don't know if that necessarily falls under gatekeeping.
No. But you know what? What's really beautiful is that you've done two things here, right? Well, you've done the same thing, but twice. You created a very beautiful segue for two different other topics on here. And so we're going to come back to what you're talking about, and what you're talking about is 100% relevant, and I'll tell you how, right? And one, that I think that what is happening here in terms of your awards, like we talked about, is one of the other downsides I wanted to highlight, which is clicks and people playing favorites, especially as it relates to awards. But you've also just opened my eyes to, so you have done two things. You've also opened my eyes to something I didn't consider before in terms of it being a downside. On here I had listed, in the itinerary, on here I had listed unfair volunteer expectations. And when I had written that down, I was coming at it from a place of people expect people to run for office and to deal and live with all of this fucking stress without any reward, right? But as a person who considers himself like if anything in that game, part of the stick jock crowd, right? I only really care about the fighting part of that game. Then, like, I hadn't even considered the fact that this is probably just exposing myself for not being that good. But like, I didn't even think about the fact that folks had a pressure to perform from the aspect of like, if you don't actually highlight or meet other people's expectations, then it comes with its own inherent stress and like lack of validation. You know what I mean? Like, and even to not even to go so far as to say like lack of validation is obviously at play here, but it's even more so. It's like an imposed detriment to that person's like internal self-worth if they don't perform to the expectations of, in some cases, hundreds of people, right? Like the dude who basically adopted me and trained me to fight was a huge part of this game. Like, most people know, hey, have you heard Axgar's name? And that's less and less now that time goes on and he's more and far away from the game. But people who played the game for 5+ years like have heard the fucking name, and like this, I didn't even think that. I did know that like there was a big amount of social pressure on that person to be the person that everybody expected him to be, but just as a whole, right? Like I didn't even narrow it down to how people expected this person to perform in a physical sense, like like especially in tournaments or like just ditching even, right? Like have you seen ditch lines completely adjust just based on where you're standing in the ditch line?
Depending on the event.
Okay, well,
Depending
I
on
was
who
gonna
else
say
is
I
there.
can tell you personally that I've been like in ditches where I've seen it happen to you. So even if you haven't seen it happen, I've seen it happen. So like, but that would be a good example of like, and those were probably even like not even malicious or like intentful expressions of expectations from them to you. That was just them trying to be good teammates, right? And like trying to win the ditch. But in and of itself, that creates expectations. Like that would probably create pressure to perform for a person, like especially if it's so I've seen this happen, and I completely deserve it. Like if I take a polearm on the field, right, like a whole fucking ditch line will adjust. But I felt what you felt in terms of like, holy shit, now I have to like really step it up. I really have to like, I have to make sure that I'm on point because these people are already expecting me to fight this certain way, and if I don't, I'm just gonna get trampled like a noob, right? Like and that does happen sometimes because I don't adjust. But I didn't stop to think of the expectations, the unspoken expectations that creates. So we'll kind of we can just talk about that now because it's a great segue. They're both beautiful fucking segues, and I think that we've kind of really encapsulated gatekeeping pretty well. But the only two more I want to click on real big here because we're kind of running out of time is unfair volunteer expectations, like I talked about, which we just talked about. And the clicks and the favorites. So to kind of go back in and kind of unpack what we were talking about with unfair volunteer expectations, like you were saying, like that's crazy that you said it was Shihan that had the stress from having those expectations, and I think that that's a really good fucking point that I like hadn't really considered before, because and I think to address the last thing that you said, and that doesn't really have anything to do with gatekeeping. I think it does, because it's unconscious gatekeeping, because people don't think to reward you for things that you worked really, really hard to accomplish because of the results that you're already naturally capable of. Like, and it automatically discounts the effort that, because being at that level takes constant work. It's not just oh look, I pelled for 50 days and now I'm a fantastic fighter. Like that's like stocks, right? Like it's gonna go up and it's gonna peak, and like if you stop, it's like maybe stocks is a bad example, but it will go back down, right? Like there are going to be movements that you're not as quick at. You're going to slow down in certain areas. There's going to be fighting styles that adapt past your fighting style that you now need to relearn how to fight. People learn how, like sword and board used to be the fucking way to go. Then, you know, people picked up flow and they're like, holy shit, this is a great counter. And then like, you know, now two weapon fighting is now getting way more prevalent in the game, which I couldn't be fucking more cheesed about, right? Like, and like, but more so in a more martial way that, for as an example, like it classically gets its fucking ass kicked by sword and board players, but now people who are fighting two-handed are learning to be a little bit more disciplined and measured with their movements. They're moving their feet more. They're not throwing as all-in shots, right? Like I see people actually using more tactical fighting with two weapon versus the whole check out my Final Fantasy sword. And like so that would be a good example of like how the battlefield adapts. So if you so to kind of encapsulate it, it sucks that even though you have to maintain constant work, or you have to continuously work hard to maintain, and it's even harder to improve, that's still not recognized because of an expectation that people have when you put on your garb, grab two swords, and put on your gloves and walk out there, right? Like it's like I never even kind of realized that would be, I always thought that when people didn't get awards that they deserved, it was just people being like spiteful crybabies who were in charge of giving awards, right? And that has always created like a big animosity towards the game from me towards leadership positions, in terms of like, especially because that sort of quote unquote award injustice I've seen, like I've played this game since 2000 and Jesus Christ, since 2003. So almost 20 fucking years. And like the amount of, wow, fuck, I'm old. That's like not a moment I want to have to a worldwide audience. But the point is that like I've seen a lot of that happen where people don't get fucking awards that they deserve. Like even at 6 warriors, if you're placing second overall in a tournament and you're showing like you said, like, you know, Leo was showing, even though, you know, he didn't get first in every category, he still showed like a consistent like strong fighting style. I feel like even like situations where a person doesn't win a tournament but they accomplish those things probably still warrants those awards. So yeah,
I agree.
that's I think that does lend to gatekeeping, and that it does stop people from getting those awards, even if subconscious. You know what I mean? Because
Oh yeah.
I don't really feel, and maybe this is just me being a hopeful, ignorant dum dum, but like I don't really feel that most people come at those situations with like, hey, this guy, of course he did well. Like we're not going to give him an award for doing his job. Like I think it's more of like, okay, of course, yeah, Cry was here, he did great. Like I think it's like people have really put awards, at least in our game, Amtgard, on a pedestal in terms of like what they actually mean. I think that they've gone from acts of affirmation and recognition to somebody doing something cool or great to, hey, like here is an immediate and in some cases permanent expression of external validation. This is like here's a core part of your identity. Now make sure that you are this person forever, which, like you were talking about, creates unfair expectations.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. It's 5 times.
Yo,
Try
you,
not to say
hey,
it.
when I edit this YouTube video, will it make you feel better if we turn this into some humor and I add like a little tally mark at the bottom? 100% times.
I 100%. I'd love that.
I'll even put, oh shit, there's 6. I'll even put the little prices right when they get a letter right, ding, in there too.
Okay, good. I'll be rewatching just for that. Fuck.
100%, man.
Don't say it. Goddamn, now it's rolling in my head. It's like, come on, Trav, just let me out. No, but so God, what is it? So,
we were just talking about people's unfair expectations,
yeah,
especially when they're performing at the higher levels of the game, whether it be physically or governmentally.
Yeah, well, and the unfair expectations are really a huge part of the burnout, right? Like it's tied together so intrinsically, I think, because, and actually I can speak on this a little bit. So last time I actually ran anything was for my little group back in Warrensburg, Missouri, when I ran the DAG group in like 2009 to 2012. And one of the things I did was I maintained a text list with all of our active members, who all had active waivers and had been out within the last couple of months. And every park day, I'd send out a text, hey, today is park day at 2:00 at Cave Hollow. Be there or be square, all that kind of stuff. Come bring sweet foamy death to your friends. And
good
I ended up running,
building.
Yeah, well, and I ended up running this group basically by myself for 3 years. Now, for the first year and a half, it was just me, and then the Dagger here like contract holding whatever was like, hey, we need the names of all your officers and the results of your last election. I'm like, oh, we haven't had that because nobody wants to run for anything. Everybody just expects me to do it. So I required us to have elections. I required us to, do stuff. And I ended up getting put back in as admin, and 2 of my friends went ahead and joined me as co-admin and treasurer. And
that was nice of them.
Yeah, and really I ended up doing all the work anyways, because they just said, we'll just put our names on the thing.
Take that back.
Yeah. I leveraged it to my own good occasionally.
Sure.
But what ended up happening was that I ran this group for 3 years, and then I moved away following just some stuff that went down in my personal life, and then I moved back to Oklahoma. And so the group went from 40 people to 30 to 20, and I think it exists right now at anywhere between 8 to 12.
Okay.
Maybe 12 is a really good day. And it's all the same people, as has been there, for the last 10 however many years. And but after that, I got so burnt out from those 3 years that I've just never had any interest in running anything ever again. And occasionally out here, I'm like, I would like to, maybe I'll go and I'll do a champion bid or something like that. And I see the burnout, and I see the crazy expectations that can be foisted onto some of our volunteers sometimes, and just like the disrespect about like, hey, it's been a full 30 minutes since park day was over. Where's my credit?
Right, like, bro, I'm still driving home, you fucking ungrateful shit.
When Amber did Imperial Prime Minister, she didn't get too much shit or anything like that, but there was definitely people who were like, hey, where's my credit? And it's like, you do realize that, like, yes, we 100% acknowledge that this is a volunteer position that we said we do, and we have responsibilities because we agreed to take them on. But also, you do realize that, like, people do have lives outside of this, and
right,
for her, she's working, full time overnights
And a hard ass fucking
at,
job.
yeah.
And a
So
hard
it's
ass
like,
fucking time.
your credits will be there. I don't think she really ever missed any inputs, right? But she repeatedly got people like jumping on her, and I know it's a thing for every prime minister. I know it's different for the champions when it's like, oh well, that game was too complicated, or not complicated
Oh,
enough,
I just
or
see it,
not
yeah.
interesting, or took too long to explain the rules. And it's like, well, what do you fucking want? Like, if the rules are super short, y'all don't seem to like. There's not enough buy-in sometimes. People aren't like, oh, what's the thing? Why isn't this related to some complex rain theme?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not. And then other times, it's like, okay, well, y'all stop paying attention. Y'all wanted these mechanics. None of you looked at the stuff that we put up before, like the week ahead of time, saying,
Right.
here's the rules that we're going to use. Here's
And
the
all of you were
mechanics that you
fucking
need to
around
know.
when we were trying to explain the rules before. I'm guilty of that. But I also do the research beforehand, so I feel like, right, like I try not to be detrimental, but yeah.
Well, I hardly ever play the battle games, and when I do, I play a monk or a peasant. So like, I don't pay a whole lot of attention to any magic related rules.
Same.
I leave that to somebody else, and I go and I hit people with a stick.
Right. Or I'll yell at the Reeve like, hey, what's that thing do? Weren't you listening? No.
Nope. I was hitting my friend with a stick in between you explaining things.
I was making stupid jokes and distracting the people around me like an asshole. Please offer me your grace and tell me what that thing is.
Exactly. But there's so much expectations on a lot of these people. And at the end of the day, we do give them awards. We say like, oh, here's your crowns, or here's whatever, whatever people get for.
But not always, office. Like you said, right?
Right, not always. And a lot of the time, like, I don't know about you, but if I take a job for 6 months for a bunch of nerds and I get constant weekly, like, where's my credits? Oh, that game wasn't good enough. Hey, I want you to drop what you're doing and answer me right now, because I don't care that you have whatever going on, or
literally a whole ass other life.
Yeah, I have this question about my armor or my shield or my spell list. And it's just like, that's great. At the end of this, I get 2 pieces of paper that say "good job, thank you."
Mm-hmm. No, and like I've talked about before on the show, like your attention, your time is the most valuable thing any person will ever have ever, because it's the only thing. I know this is fucking cliche, but if you literally like sit down and fucking think about it, it's terrifying. It's the only thing you don't get back. So people giving you 6 months of their time to make games for you so you can have fun or complain about it every weekend, or to organize things so that you can go from a level 2 fireball to a level 3 fireball, like things that relatively aren't that important. Just because they're important to you does not make them important. And I get it. That's like a really hard thing to hear, especially as society has transitioned to more of an individualistic nature. But that's the sad reality of it is, and that's part of being in a society, is just yes, things are important, and yes, things are important to you, but that doesn't automatically make it important to everybody. That doesn't make it everybody's priority. And that this is a good example. And like I said, I'll say it till the fucking day I die. Your rights stop at the beginning of another person's rights. And
absolutely. And the thing is as well, God damn it! I had the wisps of a good thought, and it's floating in the ether.
Elusive, those good thoughts.
Elusive indeed.
Bold in the shadows, dim in the lights.
Spoken like a true two-faced fucking Gemini. I think the point I was going to get at was that, we've heard the saying, like, an emergency on your part, or like a lack of preparation on your part, doesn't constitute an emergency on mine, right?
Yeah.
Which, and it's not necessarily, one-to-one here. But
I kind of see what you're saying. Like, a priority in your life does not make it a priority in my life.
Right. And
I see.
When it comes to the kind of the volunteer, right? Like, we have an expectation. If you're my prime minister, at my park, I have an expectation that you're going to fulfill the role that you volunteered for, that we put you in, right? So you're going to keep track of the credits. You're going to make sure that everything's up to date. But also, my duty to you as a good park member is to, one, make sure that all my shit's fucking legible.
Fucking preach, dude.
Oh my God, the amount of times that, like, I had to watch Amber like try and decipher shit. She'd be at it for hours, because like people don't fucking write legibly. They scribble their shit and they mark. It's like, are you bard? Is this barbarian? Like,
just take your gloves off, dude.
Yeah, just take them off for a second. Or ask somebody who's sitting there who has no gloves on. Be like, hey, could you put me down for bard? Sure. Done. Right. My responsibility to you as that as that artificer.
That's the same thing as park member.
Yeah. Well,
We're gonna make it a thing. Hey, all you Arvishars out there, make sure that you are good to, dude. That's fucking. We're keeping that. That rings off the tongue.
okay. Well, I was more saying my as a park member, my responsibility to you as an officer is
Oh,
yeah, it's not officers and officers. It can be if we want
it
it to
is
be.
now, motherfucker.
All right, cool. So
Sorry.
let it be written, so let it be done.
Yeah. Sorry to keep interrupting.
No, you're good. Really, the only point that I'm getting at is that my responsibility to you is that I give you the time and I acknowledge that, yeah, you volunteered to fill a position, but I also have to make sure that I'm allowing you the time to do it. And I'm continuing to treat you as a member of the group, not as this now expendable. Like, you're not there for my use. You're not the credit machine. I don't show up, give you my name, and you make credits happen. Right.
Right.
You're simply the record keeper for the park. And if things don't get updated as quickly as I like, whatever, like, that's not a big deal. My responsibility to you is to continue to treat you as a member of the community. And maybe if we start to get really behind, sure, be like, hey man, it's been like 6 weeks since I got a credit. Can you please update
Right.
mine?
I
Right.
think,
But like, not,
yeah, like, so have like fair, like, it's so let me make sure I understand correctly. I like to do like check-ins to make sure my
Sure.
active listening didn't betray me, right? So you're saying that, like, it's not necessarily inherently a bad thing that we have expectations of people who volunteer to fulfill a certain set of responsibilities, but it is our jobs as good faith members of this social group to have fair expectations relative to the responsibilities that a person signs up for.
100%.
Yeah.
I think that's very well put. That's a great way to to say that. Yeah, really, you nailed it.
Fuck yeah. Okay, good. I'm glad that my brain worked for a nice change of pace there. That's really a good point too, because we did do a lot of talking about how people feel the burn of those expectations, but as I said a million times, and we'll say a million times, life is balanced. So like, there's good sides to it too. The expectations do yield results. As a good example, our self expectations drive us forward to improve in some cases, and in other cases, expectations through external sources might further motivate us to break outside of our perceived constraints. You know what I mean? So like, that's a really good way to highlight that expectations, because we did really start off on shitting on expectations and saying like, hey, like, don't have expectations of people. So I think that you're 100% right that it's important that we bring back and say, like, in certain instances, specifically if a person accepts a responsibility, expectations aren't the worst thing. You just have to be reasonable.
Right. It's like, I don't have a belt, but if I did, and I'm taking under belts, right? One of the expectations that I would set is, if you want a belt from me, I need to know specifically why. What is it that you hope to get out of this? And then what are we going to do, like, to build that towards that, final goal? Like, let's say, dream for me down the line, sword knight, right? So I can take some squires. Let's say I take my first squire. Like, all right, why do you want this belt? What is your expectation of me? What are our interactions going to be like? What kind of mentorship is this going to be? Right. So I know what we're doing going in, but then also I'm going to set expectations myself and say, look, if we're going to be doing this, let's say you want to get your warlord, right? Well, these are the things I'm going to require from you. I'm going to expect that you're going to take your fitness, seriously. And you don't have to look a certain way, but if you're going to treat this like a sport, then let's treat it like a sport.
Right. Your body needs to be capable of certain things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're gassing out 10 minutes into, sparring, that's no good.
Right. Especially when it comes to tournaments.
Yeah. And especially if we continue to do Iron Man or like the Warlord style,
Kind of. I've only ever been in like 3 tournaments because I hate them, but
I love them, but there's been a lot of like mental work that has to go into that. But also,
that's
like,
true. Yeah.
That's another thing. Be like, look, what are your expectations for tournaments? Let's fucking talk about those and let's set some realistic, healthy ones right now. So I think expectations can be fine. I think they are good to a certain point, but they have to be healthy, they have to be realistic, and they have to be if there's multiple parties involved, there has to be reciprocation, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, consent is important. That's everything. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's well said for sure. And so I think that's we've really done to kind of um, review expectations. We're currently talking about the downsides of LARP, right? Could we talk?
Hmm.
We spent like 90 minutes talking about why LARPs are fun and why we love them and what they bring to our lives.
Hmm.
And then we transitioned into like the opposite. What are some difficulties that we face as being LARPers and some of the unseen dark sides to the sport? Because I feel like it's important for people to be educated when they decide to do these things, but I also am not trying to scare people off of these things.
Yeah.
So I think that, and so then we dug into some other negative downsides to LARPing. We talked about the big social issues that not only LARPs are facing, but the world is facing at a large, and have no small place in the growth of the social communities within LARPs. We talked about gatekeeping and how that's kind of a big deal within LARPs, both from the physical prowess standpoint and the society recognition standpoint. Then we kind of transitioned into talking about expectations, unfair expectations from its volunteers. And that's kind of where we're at now. And we're kind of highlighting the benefits of expectations, which feels pretty wavy, which is cool. Like, because life is balanced, 100%. Ding, ding, ding.
Ding.
But see, now I'm gonna pick it up, right? That's gonna be what I say for the rest of the day now. People are gonna be like, whoa, bro, we almost had that team. I'm like, 100% we almost had that team. It's good too. I do that. I adopt other people's mannerisms. It's a whole ass other episode. But the point is now we're talking about expectations from people, and how a lot of times they're unfair, but also like how they help kind of drive us forward and how they help build rapport in certain interpersonal connections too, which is fucking cool. Speaking of interpersonal connections, the last thing that I kind of want to talk about when it comes to the downsides of LARPing before we transition into building a conclusion together is like cliques and people playing favorites. You know, we kind of highlighted a little bit that there's volunteer positions who are in charge of giving out things like awards, like we talked about earlier. And to those of you who are tuning in who maybe aren't as familiar with LARPs, what kind of Karai Go Beyond Gains here was saying was that Travis, I know you said, you know, pick whatever, so sometimes my brain uses
just
all three at the same time. Yeah, my brain's just like fire everything. The what he's talking about is in the game there's a position called knights. There's four, and the one that we're talking about, Amp Guard specifically, there's four different ones for various different. It's the highest level of recognition for one specific field in the game. In Travis's particular interest here, as is mine, is the sword fighting aspect, or the live action aspect in this case, just fighting in general. And the highest way to recognize a person's physical prowess in this game is through what's called Sword Knight. In order to be there, you have to meet a wide variety of different criteria, but I think most pivotally, you must be more or less kind of taken under the wing by somebody who's already a member of that social group, who's already a knight. Knights have squires, and then they have the conversation that Travis here is talking about in terms of what are your expectations from this relationship, and then it kind of trickles down into various other relationships from there. But the point is there needs to be a mentorship involved. So and I love that we talk about that, because yet again, so naturally, it's provided a very beautiful segue to the last point in terms of cliques and favorites, because just because a knight has a squire and the squire meets all the criteria to become a knight does not automatically mean that squire becomes knight.
Right. And that can be because, you know, let's say that half the group thinks that they met the criteria, right, but the other half doesn't. Whether that's because they have higher expectations for them or they just don't like that person, and you know, there's some sort of like personal investment in it.
Right. Well, and that's kind of what I want to highlight specifically, but I need to set a bit of knowledge base here, because admittedly I am pretty ignorant to the process, because it interests me not even a little bit, right? Like I'm a man at arms, and both my knight will never play Amp Guard again, and my squire is meh on Amp Guard, and like plays socially with friends and might get back into it someday, right? The point is I'm like very far removed from the process. The only reason I wanted to be a man at arms is so I can have a neutral color belt that goes with all my outfits. And I've loved its benefits so far, right? Like having a black belt is cool because it matches all my outfits. So that's it. That's the only interest. I had no interest in it outside of that, right? So,
Right.
so kind of real quick, like what is how? Give us like the TLDR on how one becomes a knight in Amtgard.
Well, the way I understand it is within whatever the four paths are. So we've got, I mean, hey baby, um, service, leadership, ANS, so arts and sciences, and then fighting. Um, if you reach a masterhood level in whatever any of those is, so I mean, arts and sciences, you get to be the best at making a certain thing or doing a certain thing. Leadership, of course, running stuff. Um, you receive your masterhood. You, I suppose, teach or somehow give back to the community in one way or another for that specific field. And then eventually the Circle of Knights gets together and says, hey, what do we think about this person? Yay or nay. They take a vote, hand that vote off to the monarch, and the monarch makes the final decision.
I see. So questions based on the process. So can the Circle of Knights come to a nay decision, and can it be overridden by the monarch?
Yeah, that's actually happened recently here in the last couple of years with, think, Bruin, I want to say. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was it. Owen,
Interesting.
I believe, was told no for Bruin because he was too um, headstrong or like too willing to get into like confrontations with people online, like during conversations, like pushing them to
Kind
the
of like what we
point
were
of,
talking about earlier.
yeah, definitely, 100%. Ding. Um, and so he was told no, or they were
Okay.
told like not yet, or something of that nature. Basically, a short version was no for now at least. And Owen said he was, he did it anyways. And I think it was deserved. I think Bruin does a good job and will be a good representative for that belt. But yeah, the COK, to my understanding, said no, and Emperor did it anyways.
I see. So it's good to know that there is at least a failsafe in terms of, because like the whole point of me asking this is because I want to kind of pole vault. It's going to be a really good, useful example for highlighting how clicks and people playing favorites can be kind of detrimental to the game, and how it's part of one of the quote unquote nightmare parts of the title, right? How it's
Hmm.
like detrimental to the game. And like there's two possibilities I see here, right? In that it sounds like one way or the other, even in the failsafe, which is kind of hilarious. And I first want to say that I agree with you that I think that Bruin is a good addition to the Circle of Knights. I do. I think I see what the Circle of Knights saw, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and Bruin and I have had our own separate conversations about this, but that doesn't, I agree that he is there and is an addition to that group, right? So that being said, it sounds like both the original path to knighthood through the Circle of Knights and also the failsafe in that the monarch can override it. Both of those
Mhm.
things are two separate popularity contests, aren't they?
Yeah, and I think it kind of works the other way too. Like Monarch has final say, to my understanding. So like even if all the COK is like, 100% unanimous, yes, Monarch can still say no. And I believe that's happened in plenty of other kingdoms as well. And I think that's the more common type of
Like gatekeeping
like
through there too.
gatekeeping and clicking, clicks that you see is the, you know, bunch of people say yes, but whoever is in charge with their group of officers says no.
Sure.
And then if that person or that group happens to be in charge a lot, they run for office kind of.
Put their friends in the seats and then run again.
Yeah, it's
Trivial.
it kind of shuts it
Pointless.
down.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for real. It shuts it down pretty hard. And
Interesting.
I know that differs in other games. So like Dagger here doesn't really have any sort of recognized knighthood system. Um, so anybody could be knighted or be a knight or do whatever. Like, you know, that they're very much the most like loose about it. Belagarth has they're a little more structured about it. they'll allow like a bunch of different lineages and stuff like that. Um, and there's a bunch of established ones that pretty much anyone who wants to be a knight is currently a part of, and they all have their own standards, their own requirements. Um, and they use some universal symbols such as like a white tabard or the red belt. If you're a knight, you get a heater shield. But
Interesting.
when it comes time to be knighted, that's a conversation between you and your knight. But you have to be a squire to get knighted, right? Whereas in Amtgard, you don't have to be a squire at some point to get knighted. You could just excel at your specific craft, your specific thing, and then get your masterhood and be hanging out, for a while, giving back to the game, whatever. And eventually, if you come up, like, oh yeah, this person's been doing the job, let's knight them, right? So there's some differences there, but they are all very, very clicky. Like if you don't have the right kind of backing, or you're not in with the right people in some cases, it's just so easy to get overlooked or pushed along. I mean, how many times have you gone to court and seen just the same people get awards over and over again because it's these two groups swapping out, right? And they award each other back and forth as they go.
Right.
And I don't think that's necessarily intentional, but
Sure, we do need to give a hat tip to the people that and this is a common defense I see in these situations, but we're gonna visit that real quick. And what I
Mhm.
hear said is, well, yes, we're the only two groups ping ponging in and out of this group, but it's also because we're the only people willing to do that job. And I think that that is true only to an extent, in that, sure, you're the only people willing to do the job to the expectations that have been created for that position currently, but
Mhm.
you know what I mean? Like, if we take those expectations away, I'm sure that other people would probably be, or even reduce those expectations. I'm sure that other people would be at least a little bit interested in learning how this works, or kind of contributing, if it wasn't such, like, I don't know about you, but every time I hear people talking about maybe taking office in any Amtgard role, it's usually followed by a fair amount of, oh, that job sucks, or I did that, and here's all the negative experiences I had about it. Like,
Yeah, everyone unloads all the baggage and all the negativity about it to
right.
you. So
Right. Well, and people who even don't unload that, like, people who volunteer for those positions do encounter that regardless. And there's something to be said about the expectations that the people who are usually, honestly, we see this a lot in the IMD, right? Like,
mhm.
this is super fucking prevalent in the IMD, less so in the last 3 or so years, which is pretty fucking exciting for me to see. Like, I feel like we've seen a pretty good variety of people, at least comparatively, in
Mhm.
the late um tens for the thousands, early teens of the thousands. It was like really common for the same 6 or so people to be in office for years at a time, and those few people actually ended up being really fucking clicky and making, a whole ass fighting company. And it was just very coincidental that that fighting company happened to be in every leadership position in every park, and like,
Mhm.
they would recognize people who had the capacity to constantly serve, either without question or because they enjoyed, kind of like, they had a similar minded idea in terms of structure for the game. Hey, let's join the company, and then let's further expound upon how we want to run. And yes, a large part of it was because they were the only people willing to volunteer, but it's because they created such an environment to where anybody who stepped into that role and didn't perform to their level was immediately chastised, and immediately, like,
Yeah.
all of those expectations of how the people who have been doing it for years performed, also hit the people who had never done it before and were trying to contribute and learn something new. And that
Mhm.
it not only drove them away from the position forever, such as myself, but in some
Yeah.
cases, many cases, drove people away from LARPing altogether.
Right. Because it's supposed to be a release, and they're volunteering their time to come and, help out by running something or taking a position of responsibility. And instead of being like, hey, let's help you show, let's help show you the ropes or kind of help you get your foot in the door, or, it's your first time running this. These are the basic expectations. This is all you've got to do. If you want to go above that, great. If not, here's this. They get hit with these, oh, well, when I did it, it was
Right. And if you do it
whatever.
any other way, you're doing it wrong.
Right, and then
Yeah.
they get their fighting company or their friend group or what have you to back them up. And so, I don't know about you, but if I assume we're going to be the same in this. If I'm volunteering for a position and I keep hearing the same complaint from the same group of people, and it's never like constructive, it's just like, well, we would have done it better. All right, fuck it, fine. Here, it's all
Do it
yours.
better. Yeah, exactly. 150%. And like I said, in our kingdom, specifically in Amgard, in the IMD, I feel lucky that I've seen that shift a little bit, and there have been
Mhm.
people who have like really stepped up, and like the diversity and amount of people, the diverse amount of people who have now stepped into the leadership positions in our kingdoms, especially some a couple of the prevalent parks. There's still a couple of the bigger parks who still have this kind of dynamic going on, but like for the
Yeah.
most part, the at the kingdom level and some of the bigger parks, this is like changed. It's pretty fucking cool. And yeah, we're seeing a lot of situations where people are really just sucking at it, right? But like it's fucking beautiful though, because people are learning new things, and like they are, like you said, meeting the base level expectations, which if you have more than that, then your disappointment's kind of your own fucking fault, right? Like
Yeah.
especially if it's a newer person who's in the role, and if you don't like understand that this person doesn't have the experience that the person did before, that's a failure on your comprehension, not a failure on their ability. You know what I mean?
They've got to they've got to be given the chance to learn. And if they continually fuck it up, or like they're given the resources they need and they just refuse
Yeah.
to do the job, that's entirely
Maybe
different
they're
than,
not cut out for it, right?
and yeah, it's I would really love to see us be more welcoming to newer folks, and like do, I don't know, do more shadowing or something like that. Like, maybe somebody new shadows this person um on a job that they want to try next reign, or
Oh, good.
they
That's a good idea.
job this reign, and the outgoing person is their go-to, like, whatever.
There's like
Or
a transition period or something. Like if you sign up for this, one of the responsibilities is also being available for questions for like 6 weeks after a reign or something.
yeah, absolutely. Um, and I think that would help at least make it a little more accessible,
True.
because, if I'm going to go try something new and I have no idea how to do it, I don't want to go in with no resources, as far as like people can say like, oh, here's your resources, here's your books, here's your links, here's whatever. But if you don't have a person that you can reach out to who's done the job well, that you feel comfortable approaching, it's kind of a deterrent.
It's
And
true.
I would say part of the issue that we have is that we have these kind of developing and developed cliques of folks who are really good at these jobs, right? But they're not particularly approachable.
True.
Somebody I was speaking to the other day, we were talking about the Circle of Knights here in the IM, and we agree that while a lot of the members of the IMCOK are our friends and are good people, warm is not a word that we would use to describe them.
I would agree.
And I think that's one of our major issues, is that we have these people who are very good at what they do, right? And they are really friendly, nice people when you get to know them. Um,
That's just kind of a tough ledge to jump up on sometimes.
yeah, and like I've spoken to a few people, Lightning and Stanley, right? And the topic of the conversation was like first impressions, and both of them have used the same word for me, intense, and a little hard to get to know. But I enjoy both their company. We've come to be friends, and that's the thing, though. I'm not approachable directly, right off the bat. And so, if I want to be able to share a skill set, if I want to be able to share something that I'm passionate about, I have to fix that. If we want people to be able to, if the Knights specifically are like, well, we want more people to be able to step up into these roles, but well, we can't really trust anyone. Look, if you want that, you have to be willing to put yourself out there as a resource. You can't have this little closed off circle of knights that nobody is willing to approach, right? Because then it just becomes a matter of, did they have to get to know you first over like 2 years, and then they felt close enough to you to ask you for help? Or, as Knights of the Kingdom, are you making sure that you're approachable and you're available to these newer players that you want us to have, and that you want to take these roles? I know it's maybe not, and again, and maybe it's not all directly tied into that click thing, but I feel like
Yeah, it is.
the COK, and then the various units, and then the various friend groups that branch between each of the units, or the companies rather, and the various parks. Because like me, Bruin, Viedra, Amber, and like a chunk of the people from Dark Moon definitely were a clique, and we didn't mean to be. We tried to be welcoming to folks,
Right.
but
Well, and
like,
clicks have a negative connotation because of high schools, right? Like, and
yeah,
well, really, what the social groups, most social groups, by definition, can be associated. Like they're cliques by definition, I
Sure.
think that it doesn't necessarily automatically come with the downsides of being click in terms of being exclusionary, but the simple fact of the matter is, if there's a group of people who hang out with each other every weekend and it's the same core group of people, it's going to form a click. It just is. It doesn't necessarily
Oh
mean
yeah.
it's a shitty thing, not until shitty things happen, you know.
Hmm.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
You were saying that, you
No,
know, that core
that's
group of
perfect.
people.
That's really it. I mean, um, it's the problem that we have with clicks is that we are all so we come into these games wanting to be accepted, and then we find people who do, and then we kind of become guilty of the very things that drove us to feel like outsiders in some
Hmm.
cases, and had us seeking out these communities.
Right. Well,
And
that's
so
on human nature and tribalism, which is a whole ass other episode.
yeah, 100%. Thing.
Ding.
Um, yeah, it just I don't know, and I don't know how we approach that, right? I don't know how we fix that because it's so standard, it's so built into us.
Sure, sure. Well, and that's a real. I love. Here's something that you're doing wonderfully that I want to point out in front of the worldwide audience is that what you literally just said, the sentence that you said, how, I don't know what we do or how we fix that, because that's a beautiful segue into the final point here. Is what are some things that we can kind of do to address it here and to work, because I feel like we've fairly covered, you know, how clicks and favorites can kind of uh, be a detriment to this game. Specifically, you know, we gave a beautiful example of how the entire process to join an esteemed part of recognition for one's skills in this game is completely determined by two different popularity contests.
Hmm.
And like, that's a really good example of how that would drive people away, especially because if they put so much hard work into trying to accomplish this thing, then like external validation gets a pretty bad rap, right? Like
Right.
it's pretty important to a lot of humans. I know it's important to me. Clearly, I have a stream and a fucking talk show, right? Like, external validation plays a part in a lot of people's lives, and I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. I think that, you know, it can play a larger part in both positive and negative interactions in whatever different social group that you're in. But I think that we've done a pretty good job at highlighting some of the kind of negative things that come out of, you know, clicks and people
Hmm.
playing favorites. So kind of to work backwards from the question, what do we do about it? I think I think that, and maybe this is me having unfair expectations, but like I said, my expectations for somebody who steps into a role of knighthood in this game, specifically because it is a masterhood of demonstrating one's skills, I think that one of the greatest things that a human can do, especially if they've mastered something, is to share the knowledge, right? Because humans we're our own little individual universes of experiences and like our own growth and knowledge. Like, every human is different. I know that's a huge cliche, but if you sit down and think about that one, like, every thought process a person have is probably not the same, well, in most cases, as the thoughts of another person. So just because you have two different sword knights doesn't mean that they fight the exact same way, right? Like, in fact, many sword knights have different specializations, and I think that it's important to highlight that every person reaches this masterhood a different way and learns different things along the way. So I and then, like I said, maybe this is the dragon heart in me, but I feel like one of the expectations of that group should be the willingness to share it with other people. That's why
Hmm.
I have no interest in being a knight, but I very, very specifically want to be a paragon archer someday. That's my only goal in Amtgard, is to be a paragon archer. It's specifically because it is a recognition of masterhood, but with an accepted responsibility to teach as well. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? Like, it is included in the fucking documentation. Hey, if we give you this, you're supposed to teach other people how to do this thing.
Yeah, and I think that should be included for knighthood.
Agreed.
And honestly, like, I know you have no interest or whatever. I think the lack of specific interest in it and the focus more on sharing the specific passion um, is exactly what the people who get knighthood should be. You know, should have. Who gives a shit about the title, right? Like, and I know I do, but that's just because I like external validation too.
And there's
Um,
nothing wrong with that, as we've stated. Yeah.
right? But I also know that going into the same as you do with Paragon, is that like this comes with a responsibility. Um, as goofy or as cheesy as it might sound, because it's just a LARP, right? But like, if we're gonna put time and effort into this and we're gonna care about it, It's the same as any other hobby. If you put your time and effort into this thing, if and it becomes a big part of your life, right? You are allowed to have emotional responses to the things that happen in there, whether they're
Right.
good or bad. Should you probably kind of like try and mitigate them or like filter them a little bit in some cases? Absolutely. If your hobby's driving you to tears constantly, maybe step away. Um,
Right.
but it's part of the reason that people do these things initially is this love for it and this passion. And somehow that gets lost along the way, I think, because there's too much focus on the specific type of validation that we get from um, the kingdom, and what we're looking for gets poisoned, right?
Yeah, that's a really good way to word it. A little dilute. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's oh, so and okay, so
Sorry, I know I'm kind of maybe going off on like a different
no,
tangent.
no,
I'm
you
not trying to
didn't.
like
No, you didn't. I'm gonna stop you in the middle of your apology tracks. That was perfect. I just needed to make sure I wrote down what I gathered from that because it's fucking very beautiful to add to the conclusion. Be fair to your own. Oh, here we go. Oh, fuck, that's beautiful.
Can you tell I've cried about this shit before? Because I have.
Yeah. Well, and it's same, right? Like, and not necessarily because I was mad or sad about the way that another person felt, but the way that I felt about a certain situation or whatever. The wolves are a good example for me. I take the wolves. I've been accused of this before, and it's something that I've taken into consideration when I'm reflecting. But for the most part, I come out of those self-reflections with even an emboldened sense of, but I've been accused of taking my fighting company way too seriously, right? And that's on unchildhood not even really unprocessed, but that's
childhood trauma.
I can't even say unprocessed anymore because #therapy. I've had the privilege and it is processed, which is why I'm like more comfortable talking about it. But that's on childhood trauma and abandonment and like not having a place to fit in when I was growing up. Now I have a place to fit in, and like that comes back to what we were talking about earlier in terms of human tribalism and making sure that the things that we hold so dear in terms of social groups aren't threatened by outside members who might change the dynamic that we're already comfortable with. Blah 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 blah. Right. The point is that there is a certain point of external validation that we get out of these things, and that we honestly, I hate to use the word deserve because it feels entitled, and as millennials we're well accused of that enough already. But I think that there are in some cases warranted uses of the word deserve, and I think that if a person puts a relative amount of hard work in based on a reward, they deserve that reward or that recognition, right? Like you just said, you're one of the, not to toot your horn here because I know that anyway, you're one of the better fighters that I've seen in a long time in Amgard, and it's not because you're naturally gifted. It's because it's something that you spend a stupid amount of time thinking about and practicing and drilling and looking up new things and reviewing and cringing at your own fucking content so that you like judging yourself. Like there's so fucking much that goes into making sure that you're at the level that you are, that like, quite frankly, you deserve a few of those rewards. I can confidently say this to you. I think that you will make a fantastic addition to the Circle of Knights when you get there. And I know that you were very careful to use if words there because you don't want to seem arrogant or assuming, but to an outside person who largely has nothing to gain or lose from your knighthood here, I think it's going to be, you're clearly meet the criteria in terms of my standards for it as set by Dragonheart. And I think that, like, obviously I'm going to assume and hope that the people who are in charge of making that happen, yourself included, just make that happen, right? Like some things in the universe should be so, and I think that that's one of them. But I think that what you've hinted at there was really beautiful. And I think it's going to become a pivotal part of our conclusion. And it is the phrase, be fair to your own understanding, right? It sounds a little bit obscure, but in it, I mean specifically make sure that we set reasonable expectations for ourselves and that we allow ourselves the grace to not always meet those expectations, right? Be fair to your own understanding. And I gathered that from kind of what we were talking about in terms of making sure that we understand not only social situations, but also like the game as a whole, for example, in both its positives and its negatives, what it brings to our lives, but also some of the difficulties that it brings to our lives. Because there's not a hobby out there that exists. I'm sorry to tell everybody this, but because the way of the universe works, because of, I suspect, gravitational waves, which is a conspiracy episode for another day, there are positives and negatives to every situation, to every hobby, to every relationship, to every single thing in the world, every situation, every thought, every emotion, everything that you do, there's a positive and a negative outcome. That's the way energy works. So I think that as long as we go into this hobby, specifically LARPing, with that understanding as it relates to our own expectations of ourselves, I think that it's going to be easier to enjoy that hobby.
Yeah. And really, like, whatever hobby you get into, it's only as serious as you make it.
Well said. Yeah.
Yeah. If you want to make it the thing that you do, let it be that thing. But understand, like, that comes with its own set of issues,
Right.
like like we've talked about today. So like
Right.
there are highs, there are lows. If you're gonna let this have like that kind of impact on you, or that kind of impact on your time, it's gonna have an impact on your well-being and your emotions and your life as well. It just is.
Well said.
So yeah, like, be fair. One of the things I've said oftentimes is, like, you have to have an honest conversation with yourself about your expectations and about your performance, right? And it's usually in the context of like fighting for me. So it doesn't sound like, oh man, I sucked, I fucking lost this fight and that fight, and I did this and it was awful, whatever, right? But it's also not like, oh man, I whooped ass today and like I'm the best, I'm king shit, right? An honest conversation with yourself is simply just looking at what you're doing, what you've done, and what you plan to do objectively, measuring it against the expectations you've set for yourself. If you'd like to include outside expectations, you're more than welcome to. Just understand that you have no control over those. And then going from there, if every time you try to have a conversation with yourself about your performance, it turns into this emotional mess,
It's not going to be.
then
It's not going to be productive.
Yeah, it's not productive. You're
Okay.
probably not having an honest conversation with yourself. You're having an emotional thing. So just take yourself out of it as much as you can. Try to be as objective as possible, because that's going to serve you the most. And that's where the idea of like having that kind of fair understanding, those fair expectations, I think comes from, for me at least, is that I can be upset, I'm allowed to be upset. I can be happy, I'm allowed to be happy. But the moment that I start to measure my expectations all the time based on that emotional outcome, that emotional feeling, is the moment that I just lose control, right?
Okay.
Of
Okay.
what's going on.
Yeah, I see what
Sorry.
you're saying. No, you're making a lot of sense. And so just
Okay.
to, again, make sure that I demonstrate an active understanding of what you're talking about. I think I read a comment in a TikTok yesterday that I think really might encapsulate this well. So please tell me if I'm wrong. But somebody was kind of talking about streaming and how like people treat themselves when they're reviewing their content. And the dude said very eloquently, he said, judge your content, not the content of your character. Right. So like when you're reviewing,
Yes.
when you're reflecting, try to be objective about the things that you were doing relative to the places that you want to be and the things that you want to improve. Be comparative to the future, not because comparison, yes, is the thief of joy if used incorrectly, but also a very powerful teaching tool if used correctly. Yeah. So they said, just judge your content, not your character. And like it blew my mind in terms of all of these thoughts that I just shared in terms of, you know what I mean? Like when you review, and it honestly helped me. I went back and watched some of my content with that very specific intention, and stopped being like, oh, I hate my voice, or, oh, I hate your laugh, or, oh, I hate, like, you know what I mean? Like just talking shit to myself. Instead, I consumed it as a person who had never seen it before, which is not easy to do. Like not everybody can just like that's one of the hardest fucking things to do, is to view yourself objectively, which is the whole point of it being, like, the whole point of the word objectively, right? But yeah, so it sounds like you're basically saying, like, when you are self-reflecting, make sure that you are focusing on the goals that you want to achieve, specifically as it relates to your kind of expectations and your goals, and try not to crowd your mind with your self-criticisms as well.
Yes. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Cool. Well, I think that we can add that to the conclusion in too. So this is what I have so far for the conclusion. Just based on what we've been talking, I just kind of write down ideas and things that I feel like encapsulate some of the takeaways from our conversation, specifically as it relates to both the good sides of what we were talking about and the downsides, right? Like I said, life is balanced. So it says, for others and yourself, Set realistic expectations, be willing to share your knowledge, and be fair to your own understanding, like I said earlier. And I feel like that what we're talking about here is very much so encapsulated in set realistic expectations, especially because I said, for yourself and for others. We talked about how one of the downsides to LARPing is unfair expectations that people place on a certain player based on what they think that player is capable of, or how they'll not reward that player with recognition that they, again, I hate to use the word, but it's earned here, though, that they've deserved because of the expectations placed on them. So I think that for others and ourselves, we need to set realistic expectations. I think setting realistic expectations for ourselves can very easily be taken as self-deprecating, but it depends on your interpretation of the word realistic expectations when you think about yourself. And that's like each person's own responsibility to their inner self to figure out what the fuck that means, right? Like, but so how do you feel about that? For others and yourself, set realistic expectations, be willing to share your knowledge, and be fair to your own understanding.
Yeah, I think that really nails it. I love that, and I think it's honestly, I'm gonna have to have you send that to me in our message so that I can like write that down and post it up on my monitor so I can have it as a reminder.
Oh yeah, you know what you can do? You can just snip it, because I have started this new thing this episode, and I'm going to keep doing it forward because of this current conversation. All of the notes that I've been taking, I just took on our itinerary that you have access to. Another large part of this is because I want to, and so knowing that you feel well about, how do you feel about, like, do you feel like okay with wrapping up that part of the show in regards to what we were talking about with LARPing with that conclusion? Do you feel like that really encapsulates what we were talking about?
Yes, I do. I think honestly, like we can probably beat that topic to death, but
Sure.
at this point, all we'd be doing is really just getting into the weeds with more examples of the same thing.
Agreed. Well, cool. And again, we're a whole ass hour over, so I want to do another check-in because consent is important. If you got a place to be, we can like come back and have you talk about Go Beyond another time. But if you have the time, I'd love to go into kind of the stuff that you're creating as well.
Yeah, I've got the time. The only thing I've got to do today is go to the gym and do a work-related thing later tonight. But otherwise, yeah, I'm good.
Cool. So, okay. Well, and let's kind of transition about it, because a lot of the stuff that we talked about today is kind of a little bit relevant to kind of the content you're creating, especially because, so question for you, just out of nowhere, because I'm curious as I look at the tabs of my computer. Do you market your LARP stuff with your like Instagram, with your personal training kind of side gig, I guess? I don't know what the right word is.
Honestly, I don't really think that I do much marketing in the terms of like anything with a coherent strategy. I kind of just share whatever takes me at the moment. And I had the Go Beyond Gains page as something else. It was just a personal page for a long time. And it kind of is. I want to transition it to a content page where I'm putting up useful tips about physiology, exercise science, kinesiology, things like that, things that'll relate to training that will be of interest to the LARP side of things.
I'm going to share a link to your Instagram in chat if that's okay, so people can kind of...
Please do. Warning, it is full of shirtless selfies.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the industry that you're in, right?
Yeah, right, yeah. There's not really a coherent thought to a whole lot of it. Now, what I am thinking about doing is rebranding, because like my Twitch is Karai POTD for like Path of the Dragon, my company, that I'm a part of in Ampguard. My TikTok is Amped Bro Karai. Like I've got Go Beyond. Like I just need to make them all the same thing, have consistent branding across the board.
Agreed.
So that way, if anyone wants to find me, they
know where. Right. If you Google, have you ever Googled Bowborne?
I have not.
If you ever want to see kind of what the end result, then that's not like me bragging. That was me doing weeks or months of fucking brand research, right? Like,
oh, look at you. Okay.
And it's not because I'm big or famous. It's because it's relatively like not taken already, right?
Right.
So and we'll get into this a little bit later, and there has to be a consent talk first, whether or not you want advice, but that's at the end, right? But the point is, sorry to kind of distract, but you're saying that you've been thinking about rebranding.
Yeah, I've been thinking about rebranding, trying to reach out and kind of cover like that. Yes, I do LARP, and yes, a lot of what I do training wise is applicable and relevant to LARP. And part of the reason that I want that kind of crossover is because I feel like there's such an untapped, not market. There's an untapped area in our game that is so open to growth through physical training, right? Because we look at any other sport, and a lot of people like to consider themselves like, oh, we're Olympic level athletes. No, we're not. Um, and very few, if any of us, have the ability to train that way. But we could at least train at like an amateur level. And the problem is there's no real guidance on how to do that.
That's
So there's a
true.
lot there's like, oh, well, go do this workout. Well, that's a useless bro split. It isn't really going to do a whole lot for you. Like, yes, it might make your muscles bigger and a little bit stronger, but also like it's not focused on any one thing. Because a lot of what we do benefits from like explosive movement. So we can borrow things from wrestling, from boxing, plyometric movements from various
Tennis.
yeah, tennis.
That's the one I
Tennis is
hear
a
the
great one.
most. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. And it's like one of the things that I've picked up recently to improve my speed and power, right, is landmine punches. So there's and you can do it with bands, cables, whatever, but basically there's a little fixture on that you can slide a barbell into and it pivots, right? And so you grab the end of it and you punch it upward as hard as you can with some weight on it, and it gets the whole body engaged in that movement. And boxers use it to improve their hand speed and their ability to throw out a hard, fast punch very quickly. Um, and we move very much the same way in that same kind of like extension, and
Right.
we need to be able to generate power very quickly through very short movements. So that's one that I've picked up recently, and I haven't had the chance to really like go into if it's helping a whole lot. It's still fairly new, but the point is
I
like
see.
that's a piece of dedicated sport related training that very few people in our games do.
That's true. Well, and
So
I mean, and honestly, as another member, like I talked about earlier, who is very much so more interested, and this is all the questions that I'm asking you right now serve a purpose, because what we're trying to right now do is explain to people kind of what is Go Beyond Gains, which is the page that I linked, right? So just to make sure, before I ask Mike, well, no, I want to demonstrate understanding what you just said.
yeah,
I agree, because as a person, I feel like that's where I'm currently being held back in my fighting, is by my physiology, because I didn't really care that much about it before, and I didn't really like care about how the two things were related until I got like a little bit more interested in more niche weapon styles. And then I was like, wow, your body's kind of holding you back here. What can I do about that? And I will say that the word market is the correct word. Just because you're not looking to make a profit or a dollar off of it does not necessarily mean it's not a market, right? Like
right.
the point is that is content that I have actively searched for and would consume if existed. So that lends me to my first question. When you mentioned that you're gonna rebrand, are you thinking about rebranding all of the stuff that is branded as Karai, etc., to Go Beyond Gains stuff, or are you looking to rebrand all the stuff that's Go Beyond Gains to the Karai stuff?
Probably everything to Go Beyond Gains.
Okay. Well,
Just to kind of keep that consistent.
okay, and my next point to that is because I want to revisit the question as a whole too, so that I can give you an answer, an opportunity to answer it at a face value question instead of an indirect answer. But that specifically referencing the relationship between fitness and direct improvement in a LARP that you play, that's a niche. That's a niche that does not exist. And take this from somebody who's searched up quite a bit. Yes, it does not exist in mass at a successful level between fitness and LARPing in the content creation space. Sure, there are other amp guarders out there or other LARPers out there who have TikToks, or sure, there are other amp guarders out there who stream on Twitch. There's a whole ass other Facebook group dedicated to LARPers who stream on Twitch, right? But there's not a lot of people who do such a good job at intersecting their own personal interests with content creation, and that's why not a lot of them have been so successful, because a lot of people are like, oh, let's be internet famous, or let's get let's go out to as many people as possible. Clearly, and correct me if I'm wrong, but what it sounds like you're trying to do is connect your passion with your eagerness to share your knowledge, and the content creation that comes out of it is a beneficial byproduct.
Yeah, that's a pretty good way to say it, honestly. I'd probably say it in way more words, and not as well.
Hey man, this is episode 14 of a talk show. I've had practice.
There you go. Yeah, the reality is that like I've had the passion for fighting for LARP for a long time since I was 14. I didn't really get into fitness or any sort of like training until I was 21 or so. Um, so and it's really not been until the last few like 4 or 5 years that I've gotten to really kind of focus on the correlation between the two and like how one can improve the other, right? Specifically how weightlifting and weight training can improve sports performance in a physical activity like a LARP. And so a lot of it is I want to see my friends do well, and I want people to have fun, and I want people to be able to do these things for a long period of time. Um, Whether that's in a given park day, fighting for hours at a time because they're able to, or whether it's into old age because they're able to care for their joints longer, right? Like,
okay.
Um,
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe you had not come about from this angle, but that's kind of what popped into my head. In terms of motivations and why to do this thing, this also helps you elevate the playing field. Like this gives you an opportunity to improve your own. It's like not completely selfless, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? But it's like this gives an opportunity for the area around you to overall grow, which improves the amount of opportunities that you will have to learn new things as well.
Yeah. So one of the things that I've said long term, like for as long as I can remember, is that if you like the better you get, the better your area should get.
Agreed.
If you're just getting better and nobody around you is growing except for like learning from the ass beatings that you hand out, that's no good. You're not doing your job. Like you're not actually helping. You're not doing anything worthwhile. Yeah, good job. You learned how to fight these specific people and how to shut them down, and
enjoy your next event, bro. That's going to be a rude awakening.
Yeah, I mean, hell, back in 2011 or so, right? 2012 maybe. Just somewhere around that time. I thought I was, like I said, I thought I was king shit. And I went out to Oktoberfest, which is a big bell event up in Illinois. And oh my God, did I get my shit rocked. And I didn't even know how. And a lot of the time, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, this is this is not right. This doesn't make sense. Like, I'm the best in like these couple of states, and these guys are hitting me in ways that I have no idea what's going on. Or like maybe I do know how they're hitting me, but I'm like, fuck, like
you're not trained to react to those sorts of, like, you've never seen that shot before.
Yeah. Right. Or thrown that specific way. And it's just like, what the fuck do you do? And so what you should be doing is, and especially now with like the access to the internet and like the fact that everybody's videotaping themselves and posting it for review, we've got so much more exposure.
It's true.
If you're going to be learning, you should be trying to bring up those around you. Now, not everybody's going to want to get better directly with you, but rising tide should raise all ships, right?
Right.
So eventually, if they fight you enough, they'll get better. But if you can kind of make it where it's an enjoyable activity, it's palatable, it appeals to them in a variety of ways, then you get better buy-in from people. And even if they don't particularly like specifically engage with you one-on-one in whatever it is you're doing, like I love intervals. I cannot get people to do them to save my fucking life.
I love intervals. It's my favorite. That's my favorite way to train. Love it.
Don't say that, because I'm going to start driving down to you.
Yeah, we'll have another conversation about that near the end of the show. I honestly think we live closer to each other than you think.
I think we do, actually. Give me one moment. My eyes getting really dry.
Yeah, do your thing. Do your thing.
Back in a moment.
I'll keep the masses entertained. I'll yell really loud so you can hear me in your headset. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that. But so I think what Travis here, Go Beyond Gains, is trying to encapsulate is that if there is common interest in the group around you to overall improve, if you are a person who has learned this thing, either A, because you're a quick learner, B, because you're natural, or C, because you've put in the hard work and dedication into learning the said whatever it is, then you have the privilege of having a deeper understanding of things. And to kind of relate it to our last conclusion that we just talked about, coincidentally, it was be willing to share your knowledge, because I mean, even if you're not a social person, even if you don't care about the people around you, which every person's person's entitled to their own beliefs and their own way to react to the world. Like it does serve one's own personal interest to make the people around you better, because then you can also improve. And it's a really good way to look at things. And it's like, it's, people put a little bit too much negative connotation on people being selfish in some situations, right? Like there's some situations where being selfish is okay, and it's not even that this is a situation where being selfless or selfish, but simply to think of oneself while thinking of others is not inherently like a selfish or negative act, right? What's your fighting name? Not sure if I've run into you before. Also, it's Bocephus. I'm out of Dark Moon, and I started in Trinidad when it was Southgate, before it was Sirius Soul. Then I fought a lot in the southern Colorado region, like Dark Moon and Steel Forge and Crimson Dawn. So a lot of those areas. Welcome back.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. We were kind of just letting them know, like, there's not necessarily like even if a person is not really interested in helping the people around them, which they're entitled to have that feeling, right? Like it like we kind of talked about, it is self-serving to make sure that people around you improve, and not self-serving in a negative way, but like there is a motivation for one to like help people improve, because then they can also improve. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, not to put Tato on blast or anything like that. Love that man dearly. One of the things he said was like, if you can't get someone to train with you, but you need them to because they're better than you at a specific thing, just like fight them in that one specific thing, because it's going to feel good to them to win all the time, and it's going to help you get better at whatever it is that they're, doing that you struggle against.
The value of an ass whipping. That's actually the way that I'm getting good at World of Warcraft arenas, is just getting my ass kicked constantly. That's a good example of what you were talking about too. So I learned to fight, like I said, with Axgar and a lot of other similarly minded fighters. And if you're unfamiliar, the fighting style is that of the two-handed weapon style, like either not necessarily just pole arms, but yes, there's a lot of pole arms involved, but not necessarily pole arms. Like everybody thinks they're hot shit with a pole arm because it's easy, right? It's like duck hunting with a shotgun. Like,
right.
It's a fucking easy weapon style, but there's a mastery to it that not a lot of people have reached in terms of staying alive past your first fucking shot or your second fucking shot. And there's rotational efforts and footwork and all of those things that you get into learning. And then when you fight somebody who knows those things, it's a rude fucking awakening when they take one shot and you block it and you rush them, and then you're on the fucking ground eating dirt. And you're like, what the fuck just happened? That's not how I fight other polearm fighters. And that's like, okay, well, but that's a good example. So as an example of what you're talking about, I grew up fighting those kinds of fighters, and I didn't really grow up fighting really quick sword and board fighters. So like I went to my first Rakkus, same fucking deal. I was like, man, I got this polearm, I think I'm hot shit. And then I fought people who not only know how to fight a polearm. So I was like, okay, here's the classic block. Let's go ahead and get a turnaround disengage into like a leg shot, or like, let's see if I can get a high hip, or maybe like a rib. And then you got people who are adjusting to that, and then like after that, what do you fucking do? You're like, holy shit, all of the fighters that I fight, like usually after I get past their first defense, you're usually pretty good. And even the second or third defense, like I know what to do. But then you have other people who like already know how to fucking fight you, and you're like, holy shit, I'm not as good at this as I thought I was.
Yeah. God, yeah. Like getting out of that, I don't know when people really start to develop the like ability to adapt, but man, it's so crucial. And I think you don't really get that until you start to kind of branch out. And even if you don't leave your area, like if you don't help your group learn to beat you, right? And then you kind of do the process back, you learn to beat them, and you both grow from it. It's a slower version, but like that'll help you adapt over time.
For sure.
Yeah, without that, there's really no martial excellence most of the time, I feel like.
I see. So to relate this kind of into what we were talking about, and not to continue our rambling on LARPing, because like you said, we could talk for fucking years about LARPing. Yeah. It sounds like you are doing that through your platform. It sounds like you want to use Go Beyond Gains to share the knowledge that you have, not only necessarily just in fighting prowess, which we've talked about, you have in droves and have the ability to like share that with people, but also as it relates to things that you were doing in your fitness journey that have helped you in that pursuit.
Yeah. because I can tell somebody like, "Oh, here's what you want to do," but if they don't have the physical ability to do it or do it well, it doesn't really matter, right?
True.
I can say like, "Oh, well, all you need to do to throw whatever shot is just internally rotate the shoulder like this." And that's fine, but if that person doesn't have the musculature or the understanding of how to work the body together for that movement, then they may never hit it because
Easier
it'll be
said
too
than done.
slow.
Right.
Yeah, it might not hit with enough force because amp guard is one of the lighter force requirements, but like it still has to have some force on it.
Up to it. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a lot, and tape can make up for a lot of lack of force with that extra pop, but it doesn't matter, if you aren't physically capable of doing that thing, it doesn't matter how often I tell you like just do this movement. Cool.
Well, and
Yeah.
it's really great that you bring that up too, because that's kind of an issue that I'm having with fitness. I'm in better shape than I've ever been, and I'm like in excellent
Mhm.
shape. So that's a testament to like where I've come from, right? But like
Yeah.
one of the issues that I've faced in my fitness journey is, like watching folks. I've been working out at home most of 2020, watching YouTube videos or fitness
Mhm.
tips on TikTok or whatever. People are like, here, do these exercises, and then they'll show you how they do those exercises. But the ones that have stuck with me the best, there's this lady on YouTube called Mad Fit, right? And the reason why I watch her, and most of the time, and a few other content creators out there for fitness stuff, is because not only do they tell you what exercise to do, but while you're doing it, they will explain to you what your body should be feeling. Hey, you should be feeling this in this area. This is what
Mhm.
that area feels like when it's engaged. You can do this simple trick to you can do this simple trick to like recognize if this actual muscle is being engaged, you know what I mean? So, and
Yeah.
those are the kinds of things like you're talking about, the specific context into how something should feel versus saying, hey, just do the push-up. Like, hey, this is
Mhm.
what your butt should feel like, this is what your back should feel like, this is where your arms should be. Like,
Yeah.
there's some people, myself included, who have the fucking spaghetti noodle ADHD brain, who kind of need that like specific like direction, because there's so many other things going through my head. Am I doing this right? Is this what I
Mhm.
should be feeling? And in some cases, people hurt themselves because they feel a burn and they think that I feel this burn, it must be working, not this is my body telling me that I'm doing this wrong.
Yeah. They mistake damage for like, or they mistake injury for soreness.
Right, right. Well, and that's so it's pretty cool that you, as a person who are interested in creating fitness related content, already have a mindfulness to the idea that telling something, hey, do this thing, is not sufficient enough. You also have to go into depth on, you know what I mean? That's pretty
Mhm.
awesome. Honestly, it also makes me look more forward to your content too, because I know obviously, like, I'm a fighter too, right? I'm not a sword and board or
Yeah.
a Florentine fighter, but there's going to be a lot of situations where, you know what I mean, the things that you have to teach people are going to be helpful for my fighting style too, right? So like
Yeah.
that's pretty exciting. So what are some things that you kind of hope to kind of achieve with your brand with Go Beyond Gains?
Well, I think primarily what I'd love to do is get enough reach out there where maybe, the people who end up becoming top fighters can be like, "Oh yeah, I used, Travis's Go Beyond Gains' system of like training tips or training tools and whatnot." And like, that's what helped me push up to this level. And whether that's like helping them with a physical thing, like getting a better lunge so they can more efficiently cover distance, and we do it through these methods, or maybe it's more the technical aspect of things. And it's like, oh yeah, I can break down this movement in this way, and it helped me understand how to more like efficiently throw the shot. I guess the end goal really is to, if I make a little money along the way, that's great. But it's to just kind of provide tools to a wide range of folks that share these passions with me, that will help them be better at this game that we play, and maybe in better shape along the way.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, and as a very sad but happy at the same time coincidence too, I predict, um, I guess in my arrogance, that there is going to be a gigantic number of people who are seeking new out of the house physical hobbies once this quarantine is over, because we're fucking sick and tired of being in the house, especially from those of us who already had a minor interest in these things. Like, I know I'm chomping at the fucking bit to go swing some fucking foam and start using this axe and all of this drilling that I've been doing. So I think that, well, and correct me if I'm wrong, so am I, in terms of like dream job, would you say that some sort of personal trainer or some sort of fitness related job is on that list for you?
Yeah. Currently I'm a personal trainer at Planet Fitness.
Okay, cool.
But because Planet Fitness is what it is, and that's not to knock the brand.
But it just is what it is, dude. Yeah, I get
Yeah,
what you
like
meant by that, right? Like,
I don't actually do one-on-one personal training for the most part. I help people come up with plans. I draft some kind of basic ones, but a lot of the time it's like, oh, I have no idea what any of this does. I don't know how to read a diagram on a machine to know what muscle this is supposed to use. Um, like some of the people that I've trained with, unfortunately, I'm like, all right, so here's what you're going to do. You're going to go through this motion here for the chest press, and you're going to come all the way out. And so what they do is on the very first one, they go back, they push out, and then they go, and they just shift their shoulders back and forth. And they're like, did I do it? I'm like,
no.
No, not even close. And like it's my job to teach them, but like I want to work with folks who are above the basics and who have a specific like goal in mind. I have a client right now who is going to be training for a powerlifting meet later this year, and she's just coming off of like a break from training for months because of COVID, because of quarantine, not because she had it, thankfully. um, and she finally has access to equipment, so I can be like, hey, here's what we're going to do. She knows what the sets and reps are. If I ask her a specific question about her goals or anything like that, she can tell me. And if she has any questions about how it's going to affect her goal or how it's going to help her, she can, I can explain it without having to, I don't know. Okay, so this is called your quadricep,
Sure.
getting it all the way down there, I guess. And like, I don't have any issue. Sorry, I'm getting kind of in a weird tangent. I don't
No,
have
it's all
any issue
relevant. It's
with
all
working
relevant.
with people who don't have any experience. But there's a certain like that's not where the joy really is for me in that aspect. I
Sure.
want to help people who have maybe they're above the beginner stage, but they want some guidance and they have a goal in mind, but they aren't quite sure how to get there.
Sure. Sure.
So yeah, like ideally, I'd love to do something in training. And what I'm doing with this that's helping is I develop templates. I just finished one actually, that is going to be, instead of a personalized one, because everything I do tends to be personalized, it's going to be kind of a one size fits most kind of thing. Already pre-built. All you have to do is fill in your weights, fill in your options, like choose the exercises you want from the drop down menu.
Like, based on
I've
what
learned
your body's capable of or whatever.
Yeah, I've
Okay.
I've learned a lot of fucking Excel for all of this.
Isn't that a fucking magical mystery
Oh
miracle
my god,
program, dude?
dude! I was like, all right, so I want to have 12 different potential outcomes for this, but I suck at VLOOKUP, right? And I don't think it's necessarily even the right tool to use. Which VLOOKUP, for those who don't know, is a vertical lookup tool. It checks a column for um, a specific quantity or
Parameter.
um, yeah,
Yeah.
parameter. Thank you. And then it goes and takes that and fills it into whatever the cell is that's running the lookup.
If it meets those parameters.
Yeah.
Okay.
But instead, what you can do is you can nest functions one inside the other. So I had 12 if then statements nested inside of each other. And so what it does is it checks for if X is true, then Y is the output that goes into the cell that's running those statements. So if you have them nested, what it will do is if X is true, then Y. If it's not true, right, it'll go to the next one. So let's say
Until the parameters are met, it will do that.
yeah, and if it doesn't meet any of the parameters, it'll just kick out false
Return
in the
error.
cell.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you can just basically keep nesting them, and it's a little bit of a pain in the ass at first, but dear God, the amount of like specificity that I can get into with some of this stuff
Mm-hmm.
is so fucking cool because like I don't have to sit there and be like, all right, well, here's a sheet for if you do this, and here's a sheet for if you do this, and here's a sheet for if you do this. It's like, no, no, no. I give you a
Fill out the
workout,
form.
and
Yeah.
yeah, I give you a workout, and I say, all right, rate this on a 0, 1, 2, right? Like based on how difficult it is. They have their own corresponding thing,
That's
yada yada
cool.
yada, right? And so what it does then is it takes that the response to that, and in the sets, weights, and reps section of the next week for that specific exercise, it'll say, okay, if this cell was 0, then subtract, right? Subtract weight, subtract sets, subtract reps, or one of those, or all of them.
So like they
And then
adjust to make sure I understand. They adjust based on what the user input is to be more like specific to what that user might need the following week.
exactly.
Oh fuck
So
yeah.
if it was too hard, like to the point where you couldn't complete everything, it will drop the amount of volume and the amount of work. If it was just right, but like kind of challenging, um, and maybe you can't go up just yet, but you do it again next week and then you can go up afterwards, it'll keep everything the same. Or
Cool.
maybe like weights the same and add a set so you can get more working volume in and adapt more. And if it was all too easy, you're getting more weight, more reps, more sets. Like, and it'll do that for every single different exercise. So, if your first exercise of the day is 4 sets and you knock them out really well, but then you try 4 sets for the next thing at the same muscle group and you're just gassed from the last thing you did, you can register that and say, hey, this first thing was good, it was all right, but the second
Oh, so
thing
it's
was
like
just,
individual based on the segment too. It's not necessarily related to the overall workout specifically
yeah,
and only. That's fucking cool, dude.
yeah. I get pretty specific with it because I feel like that is the best way to provide a high quality product for people to use that they're going to see results with. And I'll often tell people like, look, this is, even if it's like a customizable, or blah, 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 English, even even if it's a custom workout, I'll just say, look, this is going to cover however many weeks, 4, 5, 6, whatever. And at the end of it, there's a deload, and then I'll say, okay, if you want to do something different, we can talk about it at the end of this, or this is reusable. All you have to do is clear the weights, put new weights in, and you can run it again.
Cool.
So I'm sure I've robbed myself of a few like repeat clients that way, but
Eh,
my goal is more to provide people with tools to um, make the progress that they want, more
sure.
than get them dependent on my product so
Sure,
that they
sure.
can.
Well, and that's on ethics, right? Like that's on consumerism ethics and like honestly that's pretty cool. And a little bit of an understatement because it's fucking awesome because like there are hundreds of thousands if not millions of demonstrative examples on companies, the American medical system for example, who don't do that, right? Anytime especially in our current socioeconomic climate in our country, like if you cure somebody's illness they're not going to keep paying their hospital bill, right? So
Mhm.
like what you're doing is I think that and I think that that's really beautiful, but I also think that it provides you with more marketability in terms of being like, hey, I don't want to be in your life forever, right? Because what it provides is authenticity towards the result, not interest in one's capital gains. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Pun intended. So
Yeah.
I think that if anything, that's like a huge draw because that's what people want. People want authentic business owners, right? And what you've realized there is market actualization and like there's a difference between selling people a magical pill that will help them lose weight, but only like it doesn't actually do that, right? Just drops their water
Hmm.
weight so they think they actually have results and they keep buying it because they think it works and whatever, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
versus somebody actually saying like I don't want to see you anymore, like that's what we should be seeing. A good example, maybe a little bit too spicy and it's actually a whole ass other episode I'm sure in the future, like for instance police, right?
Oof.
Like how great would it be if police were like I don't ever want to see you again, right? Instead of oh look it's a repeat offender, third strike to prison for the rest of your life. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Providing people with tools that they need to make long-term effective changes.
Right.
Um, and there's a term that I feel like we lose, or that we've lost, at least in like the fitness industry, called self-efficacy, um, which just, one of the things that I was reading about when I was first studying about this was that you don't want someone to be your client forever. They should be with you for maybe a couple months, maybe longer, if they really like working with you, or if you have like a specific goal. If I get into like coaching bodybuilding and stuff like that, then sure, I'll want to have people who stick with me a long term, because we will be
Those are
very
long-term
specifically
goals. Yeah.
right. Yeah, that's not the kind of thing that you just accomplish in 6 months or a year. That's like year after year after year. Having someone who sticks with you and knows how to work with your body and what you react to is a completely different thing.
Right.
And that's something I'd like to get into eventually as well.
Ooh.
But if people have to keep relying on you at all times for just the most basic products or the most basic of health, then you're doing it wrong. Like you
Sure.
have, and maybe that's intentional, maybe it's not. But your goal should be that these people learn the tools to, work without you.
Well said.
So,
Well, and like I said, it's really awesome to see. Honestly, it's a little validating to know that somebody who I'm interested in consuming the content from is creating it from that place, right? Like, it's comforting to know that I'm not supporting just another narcissistic mogul. You know what I mean? So
right.
it's cool.
If you want that, there's Vinny from V Shreds. I am not that dude.
Ooh, get him. Fuck, man, that's a whole ass other thing, right? I will say some of those workout programs, like, they do give you a little bit of authenticity as part of the market value, but if you realize what they're doing and realize that everything behind that is hollow, you basically just got free fitness advice. Fuck yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
For real.
Yeah. Well, that's really, really fucking cool. Like I said, that you're coming at it with that intention of authenticity. And like, I think it's going to really just lend itself to, I guess, more or less your success going forward. It's really good to know that this is one of your goals too, because it's something that you're good at, right? Like, it's really difficult to see a person that you enjoy the company of who has a goal that is maybe unrealistic for that person based on how they currently live their life or the way that they have a worldview. Obviously, I'm not saying, you know what I mean? Or whatever they're limited by in their lives. Like, it's kind of hard to watch from an outside perspective. I know that sounds a little like self-serving, but even more so, it's really awesome to see somebody that like you give a shit about, who has goals that also that you already know from an outside perspective that person's going to crush those goals. Like, and you know what I mean? That person has their own fight with like the upcoming imposter syndrome. So obviously telling that person, like me telling you right now, I think you're going to crush this, or me telling you earlier, hey, you're going to be a great night. Like, no matter how much I say that or really believe that in my bones, it's not really going to help you when you're laying awake at night reviewing all of the things that you think about in your life, right? Like,
yeah.
But it's cool to know that you have that direction going forward, and I can already sense like some of the awesome impacts that's going to have, again, pun intended. Well, awesome. That's a really beautiful thing to hope to achieve too, is promoting self-efficacy. Did I say that right?
Yes.
Within users of your platform specifically, while also making sure that you are providing the kind of quality output that you want to, right? That's fucking cool. And that's a really cool goal to have too, specifically in terms of authenticity, in terms of what you hope to achieve. You know, honestly, I don't have people who come on the show and be like, hey, I really want to achieve a bunch of money. Most people are like, hey, this is just my passion and I just want to share it with people. That's like most often what it is, right? Like, and I think most people are in the same boat. Like, I'm not really expecting this to make me tons of dollars. I don't really, like my talk show, I do not expect to ever be Twitch famous. I don't expect there to ever be hundreds of people in here, right? Like, well, the biggest reason I do this is so I can have conversations with my friends, and that like, and I was talking to a friend about this yesterday, so that I can wake up before 11 o'clock on a fucking Sunday, right? Like, and a bunch of other things too, like tell my friends, hey, if you want to spend time with me, this is what I'll be doing this day or these days, particularly with the stream. So like, but also I'm in the same boat with you that like, if that did happen, if I did end up being particularly well suited for this field and opportunities do arise to kind of take this from a creative outlet to a financial outlet, then I would do that. You know what I mean? So it's cool.
And I mean, you kind of have to roll with that momentum if it comes, but it's, not the expectation.
Right. And kind of like what we were talking about earlier with LARPing and setting realistic expectations for ourselves and making sure that we are gentle to our own understanding too, right? When needed. So cool. Well, so question for you as a fellow content creator. I know that that's kind of a buzzword for people these days and it ticks some people off, but as somebody who creates, and creates with the intention to be consumed by others. Do you have any like tips that you want to share with the general crowd, or like, and if not, or it's hard to think of one, what are some failures that you've experienced that you've actually kind of grown from?
So I don't really have a whole lot to share as far as like things that I've done well because I feel like that, since I'm not coming into this with any, let's put it like this. Um, if you go into content creation with the idea that you're going to do poorly or fail, you're going to give yourself a whole bunch of excuses and outs. Don't do that. If you intend to do this with any amount of reach or any amount of success, I can't tell you the things to do as far as like, good habits or anything like that. But as far as mindset goes, don't fall into the trap of being just like, oh, I'm just doing this for like myself. And if it happens to get some whatever, like you're putting it out there for a reason, right? You want to share it.
Right.
So if you're going to share it, at least make the effort to try and, I mean, set an expectation for yourself. And it feels like this is all about expectations, really. Cause like I've for so long been like, oh, well, I'm going to post my stuff and people will like it. And it's just like there's millions of people out there doing like the fitness thing, right? I'm not special in that regard. So if I give myself the out of like, oh, well, I was just kind of doing this for myself anyways, and it doesn't really matter. It's not actually important, blah, 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 blah. Right. I'm defeating myself before I even try.
True.
Right. So if you want to make an honest run at it, make an honest run at it. And that includes setting expectations and trying to meet them. If you don't, that's fine, right? But it's like the people who stream constantly and they're like, all right, I'm at 33 out of 50 followers. Let's build this up, right? Let's hype this up. They're on constantly. They're always trying to build the community. They're trying to build the brand. They're trying to stick with it and go. My cousin's doing it right now. He's like 14, trying to build some Fortnite thing. Everybody's doing it, but he also believes that he can do that and become a big time Twitch streamer playing Fortnite. And so he's on constantly. He's always trying to build the community. He's talking to people, hyping it up, sharing it everywhere. If you're gonna make an honest run at it, make an honest run at it.
Sure.
Don't,
Sure.
you and otherwise the most of the failures that I've had have been things like I am not good at keeping any type of schedule. If you look at my content uploads, it is super sporadic. I just upload when I want to.
Yeah, we get that here at Bowborne and the Archers. Trust me, we started at 11:15, dude.
Yeah,
and it's fucking 2:30.
Yes. I'm going to the gym after this. But it's try and have consistent branding is probably the big one. Like I'm sure you're, all over that one.
Through trial and error, man. This is the third time I've done this, like we talked about. So.
Oh yeah. So consistent schedule, consistent branding. Do things that will engage people to interact with your content in one way or another. Don't do clickbait crap. It's just cheap.
So, you know what? You're hitting on something really beautiful here that I can help with. I think in a couple of weeks ago, one of the conclusions was create authentically.
Yeah, be authentic. Like share it because you want to share it, not because like, oh my god,
this will get
what
clicks.
Color is this dress? Shut up.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, I'll give you a good example of what that looks like. Well, and to add a caveat to that, there are some things that you can do that are both authentic and clickbaity. I'll give an example. One of the most well-known most well-known types of videos to perform in content creation, both on YouTube and live stream Twitch as part of a title, like just through data science and the collection of this sort of, metrics or these sorts of metrics, is when you're doing comparative things. Like, I'll give you an example. So like in Apex Legends, have you played that game?
Yes.
Okay, the longbow, the DMR. I think that that's the best gun in the game. Clearly, I'm biased because it's named the longbow, but it's also a pretty powerful gun, right? So I can make a video that it honestly is a meme, because making bold statements like this is the best gun in the game, even if there's a little bit of like backing to my opinion, it's still fucking subjective at the end of the day, right? So, but I can make a comparative video that says, hey, the longbow is the best gun in the game, throw in a little bit of metal music and a whole bunch of headshots, and then like kind of make a meme out of it to where like like it is a bit clickbaity because it is falling on a common trope that is successful in this industry of X is the best Y, or this is better than this, or like I'll give you an example. Have you seen the flood of TikToks about people giving Call of Duty Warzone loadouts? Here's the best gun to use in Call of Duty Warzone. Boom. Hundreds of thousands of likes, millions of engagements, and it happens in various different games too. I'm sure. Here's another really fun thing. I bet we could do it with Amp too. Here's why
I was just thinking about that.
Here's why this fighting style. I kind of saw one on yours. Like, here's some sword and board fighting style examples, right? Like, it's not necessarily comparative in your example. It's necessarily more of a highlight of one specific style. But that's a good example of things that are a little bit that can be considered clickbaity only in that they succeed to get clicks while also being created authentically without the intention of just getting clicks, right?
Why is a 36-inch short sword with a 28-inch round the best loadout in Amp Guard?
Yeah.
First frame after that, it's not. It's just effective.
Right. Well, the funny thing is that is another. That's an immediate, off the top of your head in 5 seconds example of exactly what we're talking about in terms of using clickbait examples, but authentically. And there's some humor in that one too, right? Like, lol, JK, it's not, right? Yeah. Like, that's Amish Ninja hit something pretty good in chat. 2X is the best Y. The high cross is the best shot in the game. Next frame, it's not, right? Like, you know what I mean? That's pretty fucking
Why
cool.
is the money shot so OP? And then it's just a super cut of a bunch of different money shot landing.
Right. Well, and then in order to provide the universe with its essential balance, it's a bunch of nut shots afterwards from people who successfully defended it or whatever, right? Like, yeah, that's but that's pretty cool. Like, and that's really good advice, right? In terms of creating authentically, and kind of like being true to oneself, because really, like, that's when the content is the most fun to watch. And that's like people like myself, or I assume like you, who spend time on these platforms and use this as an entertainment media. Twitch, for me specifically, I stream on Twitch, but I also spend time watching Twitch, like, as entertainment, watching other Twitch streamers. And like, the most entertaining content for me is content that is authentically created, that is not like, people who are doing sponsored streams playing games that they're miserable playing because the company's paying to play. Like, those aren't fun to watch. And like we talked about earlier, our attention and our time is our most valuable resource. We don't get it back. So I'm not going to spend time watching somebody when I'm not entertained, especially because in 2021, there are millions of other options to entertain me.
Yeah. Everybody started a podcast last year. Everybody started a Twitch channel. Everybody started an OnlyFans.
A talk show.
Yeah.
Yeah, a good example, man. Well, and it's pretty fucking awesome. I speaking of OnlyFans, I like this joke. It's one of my favorite jokes, and some people love it and some people hate it. But I have the same mentality. In regards to me having an OnlyFans, I have the same mentality to sex work in general as I do being an assassin, like a hitman. Okay. And I would do it if I had the body for it. Obviously that's a niche joke for you too, because the answer is, well, then get the body for it, which is obviously a goal. But
I wasn't going to say anything like that.
Yeah, well, but the air was in the room, man.
I've moved away from like telling people how to shape their body or anything like that, as far as like, you should look a certain way. Like, I think it was what is it, butthole something earlier, or maybe it was Torgoth. Somebody was saying
Goliath,
that, like,
if it was butthole, yeah.
Oh yeah, it was either Goliath or Torgoth. But one of them was saying that, like, they saw a memory on Facebook and like cringed at some of the things they said Torgoth, 9 years ago.
Yeah.
And so 9 or 10 years ago was when I was getting really like into fitness, and I dropped a ton of weight, and I was skinny as hell, but I thought I was hot shit. And like, I got a lot of my lifting information from the fitness channel on 4chan.
Okay.
And which it wasn't, the information itself was not awful.
Sure.
But
you'll have to question the attention sometimes, right? Like,
yeah, the community was so toxic, and I unfortunately took some of that with me. And thankfully I got rid of it over time. But like, it's I used to be very much like, oh well, you want to be healthy, then fucking be healthy. Like, what are you fucking doing? Because I was on that whole, like, I did it, you can too.
Sure.
And sure, like, everybody can take their health in hand and kind of, influence it a lot more than we tend to accept at like the societal level.
Well, and like, it's a privilege to be able to do that too. Like, not everybody can do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. and I think like there's always good choices that we can make, and if a certain thing matters to us a lot, like our health, or like just the way that we eat or anything, we can make the choices to improve that.
Yeah.
But also, I would be lying if I said it was easy. I have a crazy sugar addiction myself. Like turning down cake, candy, ice cream, it's the hardest fucking thing for
Same,
me.
dude. I love
Um,
soda. I don't drink it that much anymore for obvious reasons, but I love soda. That syrupy
yeah,
sweetness just goes right down me.
yeah. So I mean, we can all. It's sometimes it's a fight. It's definitely harder at sometimes than others, but it's it is simultaneously easier and harder than when we make it out to be. I think a lot of the time it comes down to making a choice and just like I'll look at something when I'm having that moment. I'm looking at something like I really want to eat, right? Like it's really common that somebody will bring sugar or cake or candy or whatever into my workplace, and they'll leave it with us.
That's like a common brag on Planet Fitness in the fitness world, right? Like,
Yeah.
is that
Well,
is that one of those things that kind of stereotype exists for a bit of a reason in terms of the people ragging on Planet Fitness? Okay, I've always had
yeah.
that question, so I'm glad that it came up naturally in terms of an opportunity to ask it.
Yeah, no, we've actually got, so we can't give them out right now, but we have a big old bucket of not Tootsie Roll Pops, Tootsie Rolls that sits in the back, and we're not allowed to give them out because of COVID. But
Sure, but when you
normally,
are,
normally there's this big ass bucket of Tootsie Rolls that sits on the counter, and I thought it was a meme, but like pizza, like Mondays or some shit, whatever it is, like pizza days and bagel days were a fucking thing there.
wow.
And I'm just like, why?
Oh, well, I think we've already answered the question a little bit earlier in the show, right?
Yeah.
Do we think that that is an effort to continue to have repeat customers?
Yes. And actually, when I worked at the 24-hour fitness back in the day, one of our personal trainers moonlighted at Planet Fitness as a trainer as well, and had recordings of his manager being like, "Look, obviously, we don't want them to actually like,
Lose weight.
lose weight because if they do, they don't need us anymore. So this is how we get repeat customers."
Yikes.
And I'm just like, damn, that's
That's capitalism at its finest or worst right there.
yeah. Yeah, because your goal should be like, I mean, how many gyms out there have really fit memberships? And guess what? Those members keep coming because
It's
they
the
like
gym,
doing the
right?
thing.
Right. They have the right weights and machines, and like they already have the space, right? Like that's not like there are gyms. So what you're saying is that there are gyms out there who follow literally the exact model of that. Let's get people in shape and let's build repeat customers who come back because they want to maintain their figure, not because like they're constantly fighting off the free carbohydrates that we're giving them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was pretty upsetting when I heard that the first time. Thankfully, I don't think that's so much the case for my place, but like,
It's cool to know that it's not an industry standard for that company and that it's more of a location. I'm sure, and I do kind of have hope, at least for the public facing aspect, that if that ever got like leaked, right? Like Planet Fitness would be like, no, we do care about the health of our members, so we're going to get rid of Pizza Tuesday or whatever, right? Like, I'm
yeah,
sure that would actually happen, but like, it's good to hear that you don't feel that at your
maybe.
current location, because that means it's not blatantly company wide, right?
Yeah, well, hell, our lunk alarm is disconnected, so
Is that the one
um,
where people like it goes off if people grunt?
yeah, so actually it's not noise activated apparently. It is on a switch up front. Um, that like
Interesting.
the staff
So
controls.
it's just
Uh,
subjective if somebody thinks you're being too
oh,
loud.
100%.
Speaking of clicks and favorites,
Yeah. Huh. The judgment-free zone, but the staff is going to judge the shit out of you. Um, and I will say I am kind of guilty of that at times because there are people who come in and they have on like a stringer and they're walking around as puffed up as they can be. I'm like, dude, it's a Planet Fitness. Calm down. And then they go over to our like chest press or something like that, and they're screaming, you're "Ah!" and dropping the weight as hard as they can. I'm like, all right, like I'm gonna ask you to stop, not because like oh, you're being a lunk. Well, you're just kind of being an idiot. That
Yeah, you're
shit's
like
expensive
you're
to replace.
negative.
Knock it
Right,
off.
right. Well, and like you're obviously that shit's detrimental to the people around you. That's just distracting, right? Like,
Oh yeah.
it's also pretty unnecessary. Like, I like people who sneeze too fucking loud, right? Like, okay, that's not how you sneeze,
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah. I got a friend who, anytime he sneezes, like the first time he's like, shit,
Yeah.
and then if he keeps going because he's like having an allergic reaction, he starts yelling shit and fuck at the top of his lungs. I'm like, can you just knock it off, please? Like, take a
Yeah.
Claritin and go to bed. Come
Right.
on.
I've been guilty of making my sneezes louder than I need to for comedic effect, but it's like a sparing thing, right? Like,
Yeah.
yeah. I Torgas says he didn't want to talk about sneezes, and it's pretty fucking hilarious. As that's like a whole behind the scenes inside joke. But
Okay.
yeah, no, that's cool. That, well, if anything, that's pretty awesome to know that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like that might contribute to your overall goal. That being Planet Fitness's sometimes intention to create repeat customers. It sounds like that actually does lend itself to your goal to promote self-efficacy in the fitness community for oneself, because that's something that you're seeing happen to the extreme opposite in other cases.
Yeah.
And you want to be a bastion of hope against that admittedly shitty concept.
Yeah, because like, if I ever get my dream and I get to have my combination dog rescue / gym,
That would be so fucking cool.
dude,
Bro,
it's
I
gonna
would
be
go
so
there,
great.
bro.
Yes, you would. Exactly. Everybody would. It'd be great. You get your workout in, and then instead
Pet
of
a fucking
treadmill,
doggo, bro.
instead of treadmills, go walk a dog. There's your cardio.
Dude, or not even that. Can you imagine just having a gym where the dogs are fucking walking around, just chilling, like sitting there cheering you on, right? Like, you get off a bench and you're just like, all right, I know my hands are sweaty, and let's get them oily with this beautiful black lab hair. Ruffle, 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 ruffle.
Exactly. But yeah, like, part of the draw is not going to be like, okay, I'm going to fatten you up and make sure that you stick around because you can't outwork all the crap I'm feeding you. It's going to be, we have a good environment, we've got a good facility, it's got the equipment you want, it's got friendly faces at the front, and there's doggos. Like,
and there's dogs. That's a cool dream, dude.
Bro, it's gonna happen.
It's gonna fucking happen. Well, yeah, that's on what we were talking about earlier, and us like manifesting the things that we really work towards,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, with that in mind, like, I'm currently I'm probably going to drop my gym job here shortly, just because it's not serving me in the long-term goals that I want. So I'm about to get engaged in some solar panel sales and see where that leads me.
Booming industry right now, isn't it?
It is.
Well,
I'm actually.
But you're actually.
Oh no! I was just going to say I'm actually flying to California for a couple of weeks for training.
Cool.
So I'll be out of town, but yeah, that's
exciting.
That's kind of what we're doing.
Yeah. Well, and that's a highlight to everybody too. Like, I'll kind of segue this a little bit into a tip that I have for everybody in terms of your dreams and your goals, specifically as it relates to content creation, in that don't quit your day job is a pivotal amount of advice for people. Yes, you got a couple of Twitch affiliate distribution checks. Yes, you upgraded, like your fucking keyboard and your capture card or some shit. But like, yes, there's some money coming in, but that doesn't mean A, necessarily that you're cut out to do this full time, and B, that like that this is something that's for you. When I say that, that's what I mean, that this is something for you, which I'll circle back to. But also, it doesn't necessarily mean that like it's a financial strategy, right? Like, when I say a person's not cut out for it, I mean like this sort of avenue, specifically content creation, it requires a lot more behind the scenes, and that was a whole ass other episode, a lot more behind the scenes than, hey, sit down, press record, or you know what I mean, or hey, like make sure I get this content while I'm outside walking or whatever. Like,
yeah,
there's a lot of behind the scenes shit, and this is basically an industry that is, people are self-employed in this industry. There's very few people that work for other companies who are successful in this industry, and really only at the esports level is that true. And even in those cases, like the requirement for self-motivation to be successful here is larger than I've seen in any other industry ever in my entire life. That said, it does have the benefit of leaving space for people who are willing to do that extraordinary amount of work. Usually are people who are successful on this platform. Obviously, opportunity is a mix of luck meets preparation. But when you've done the preparation, which is massive in this industry, fucking massive, when that luck comes around, you're booming. You're going to have a fucking, and that's just general advice to everybody. I don't mean to say you specifically. Well, yeah, that's fucking awesome, dude. And it's pretty, like I said earlier, not to drone on and on about it, but it's pretty
Oh, you could.
cool. It's pretty cool that you have taken something that you're so passionate about and that you've recognized an area in the world that you can contribute to the goal of leaving the world a better place than you found it, and that you're actually pursuing sharing that. You know what I mean? Like, because that's a 3-part thing that's not fucking easy to do, because if you're missing one of those things, if you're missing the recognition, you're missing the motivation, you're missing the platform, you're just not going to do the thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool, man. I for a bit of unsolicited advice, I think it's fucking awesome that you're rebranding everything to Go Beyond. Because obviously a centralized brand is pretty pivotal to exposure. And like, I think that your idea to specifically relate your content to your journey as it relates to amped guard or LARPing, like these are the physical activities that I do to improve at this. I think that that's a niche market that is untapped, and you are correct. I think that given the proper effort there, you will 100% succeed. And I'm excited to excited to see that.
Thank you. I'm excited to see kind of where it goes. And for anyone who actually, I guess for anyone who wants to follow along, I do have the hope to do my first stage debut, like for a show this August.
What does that look like in your industry?
So I'm going to be looking at getting on stage for a physique competition. So that's going to be board shorts and then just getting all tanned up and shredded down.
Is that like is that a bodybuilding competition, or are those two different things?
Yeah, it's.
I'll tell her I'll edit it in post.
He'll edit it in post. It'll be fine.
That's not true at all. I don't think she even hit the camera, okay. But
no. So it is a bodybuilding competition,
okay,
but
cool.
It's so kind of the classic bodybuilding that we see is mass monsters, as they're currently referred to. Bodybuilding has been broken up into a bunch of different classes. One of the smallest of which is men's physique, which is what I'll be going for. And it's supposed to be kind of like the ideal beach body. Now it's grown past that. These dudes can get freaky, but at an amateur level, I just want to see what I can do and kind of try it once. And if getting on stage is not for me, cool, then it's not.
But you like, at least have that experience to definitively say it's not for you because you've exposed yourself to. I see. That's fucking. Sorry to interrupt. I just kind of jumped on the train.
Yeah, perfect. And then as you go above that, there's classic physique and 212 and like open bodybuilding, and they each have a different look and a different like set of criteria that they go for. So yeah, I'm just gonna try and dip my toes in, see how I do. Like I say, like at the very beginning of our conversation, I think before we even started recording, I tried, I got shredded up for a bit, and like the competition will require more than that. But that was 22 weeks, and I was going a little stir crazy by the end, but also like that was my first time ever trying it, and I didn't know what it was going to take. So done that before, ready to do it again. So yeah, if you want to follow my my progress as I go along that, I'm going to be sharing some of that on TikTok, probably mostly on Instagram, but kind of sharing between the two, in between doing, here's LARP content and here's fitness related LARP content or LARP related fitness content related LARP content.
Check here. What the one thing I'm not seeing, again for unsolicited, so I'm sorry, but the one thing that I'm not seeing that I recommend everybody have is a centralized location for all of your links, like a beacons. People using Linktree. I have a Linktree, but I'm trying to transition to beacons because it offers people a little bit more flexibility in terms of like what is presented while being free, whereas Linktree is like, here's some parameters that you can change to, but also it has to fall within our specific guidelines. Also, if you want that, you have to pay for it. So like beacons is pretty cool. Beacons.io, I think it's called. And there's like a MyLink, or there's a bunch of them out there that offer a lot of like really flexible. And I will say that my engagement in terms of content after I added that wasn't me. That was my yoga mat. I put my feet on, I promise. The engagement that I noticed after adding something like that to the stream was noticeable. I wouldn't say it skyrocketed, but it was noticeable. And like people who there are people who came into chat all the time or who commented on videos who were like, hey, where can I find your blank? Boom, Linktree. You know what I mean? Nice. I have it like saved on my fucking phone notepad. It's copy and pastable. It's like on a fucking sticky note on my desktop. Here's my Linktree. Boom, boom, boom. Because like that's your e-business card. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh,
Um,
okay, I see. Looks pretty easy here. Sweet.
Yeah, it's super straightforward, and you can put so many different things on there, even if it's outside of social media. Like, for instance, I'll give you a beautiful example: a link to buy your very hard worked on Excel spreadsheet. Right. Well, and here's another thing I forgot to point out because of ADHD. But it sounds like you're probably already pretty aware of this. But all of the things that you demonstrated in terms of building your sheet, that's like mid-level software development. You realize that, right? Like, yes, it's Excel, but the logic and the chains that you're using, that's like mid-level software development. Like, so if you're ever curious what you're capable of as a human, that job is on the list.
Gotcha. Well, Tato did try to push me towards software development, but my ADHD keeps me from studying.
Same.
So,
Same. Actually, the reason I'm not, well, and I'll tell you, that's one of those fields where very similar to engineering, because it kind of is, in that if you don't have the ability to put that kind of mental focus into it, then the job is going to be fucking hard, right? Like, because you need that kind of mental focus while you're in the job. The good news is if you have a software development job, it's temporary small bursts of extreme mental focus that is a little bit easier. But like, to actually jump into that industry, that's why there's not a million people out there. That's why that industry still pays $135,000 like on average, is because like that actual gap to sitting down and learning the material is so fucking hard. Like, so yeah, it's yes, it is a product for our ADHD, but also it was designed that way. You know what I mean? And because the knowledge it requires, it just dictates that is what it is, because it's a hard fucking job. But in terms of like demonstrating the ability to form the correct logic to do that job, it exists, and that's fucking cool. And I'm not sure, I haven't really done the market research on this, but if that doesn't exist as an app, there's millions to be made.
I don't think it 100% does. And that was actually my initial thing. I wanted to pair with somebody to develop an app and then just share, like, see if we can figure out some profit sharing or something like that. But,
that could be, that could be part of the long-term goals that you have for your brand, like, I'm just saying it. I would spend at least 99 cents on that. Wait, if what doesn't exist, Amish Ninja, hey, get with Amish Ninja in the Twitch chat if you haven't seen that person.
He's in my company.
Oh, okay, so you already know that.
Yeah, you know Jarvis, right?
I don't know.
Oh, well.
That name doesn't sound familiar, but I'm also really bad with names because drugs.
Fair. He's been out to Park a few times when you were there. You'd probably know him by look. But
can you like send me like a picture on Facebook or something, or like a link?
Yeah.
Or Amish Ninja can do that also.
Yeah. I don't want to just like throw you out there, buddy.
Yeah. Well, he mentioned earlier where you stepped away that we've probably run into each other before, so we were kind of going into a little bit of background. So, but the point is if that doesn't exist as an app already, dude, that especially I would spend at least 99 cents on that. Like, and I know other people who would. Clearly, that's really like not a good foundation to say, oh, I'm gonna go do this thing. But like, but at a deeper essence with some market research, I think you're onto something there. Because that I could already imagine that being useful in my fucking life. You know what I mean? Especially as somebody who, like you said, I'm past the beginner level. I know most of the beginner stuff, but like the actually specializing in the areas of my body that I want to improve is where I'm lacking a little bit of knowledge. And yes, I can read the directions on the side of a machine to know what it does, but I don't know what it should feel like in my body. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's hard for me. And I, like I said earlier, have a difficult time recognizing damage from healthy progress. So I think like that would be super fucking cool. Well, awesome, dude. I think that's a really cool kind of highlight. Is there, I like to leave open space, is there anything that I like haven't asked about in regards to you or your brand that you want to talk about? Any shout outs, anything you want to highlight or bring up? Because this is like a platform for me, but the whole point of having people that I enjoy having in my life on this platform is so that they can also share their knowledge and their wisdom and anything that they want to share with people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm bad about sharing about myself, so I think we kind of covered everything. Just if anyone's listening to this and they're interested, I do like consultations. You can just message me through either of those pages. I have a Facebook that's at Go Beyond Gains as well. I'm currently zucked, so maybe message me other ways. But if you have any interest,
why did you get sucked?
I told a transphobe I would beat the brakes off of him.
Oh, that seems like over moderation, but
Yeah. I told him they took it out of context. It worked last time, but
I actually meant I'll help you change your brakes. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, that's funny, dude.
Yeah, damn autocorrect.
Right.
But yeah, so if anybody wants any help there, Bo knows me, through my personal stuff. So if you need to get a hold of me or anything like that, we can figure something out. Yeah, in a, in a video game
That's a good
the next
idea. I'm
time.
just
That's
yeah,
it.
I'll be like, I'll beat the brakes off you. ... in Warzone.
In Smash. Money match me, bro. Let's go.
You won't find me
yeah,
on that Mario Kart track.
That's pretty much it.
Cool, man.
Yeah, I'll thank you for the advice. I'm actually working on getting that beacons thing set up right now. So
For sure. And that's just, I've been doing this for like 9 years on and off. I was talking to somebody about that last night, and like the reason why I don't feel as qualified to give people like life-changing advice because I have not actually blown up on the platform. But what I have demonstrated is that over and over and over again, I can grow a community from nothing to at least not nothing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And due to no small circumstances in my life, or me like being unhappy with the way that my brand is going, or like me wanting to actually do a better job at tying my brand to my identity, which is how we landed on Bowborne, and how that's probably where it'll stay, because that's a long story. Anyway, the point is that I've learned a lot through these tribulations, and like I feel like you said, once somebody masters something, quote unquote, they're can be a greater obligation to share that knowledge. And sure, I've not come anywhere close to mastering Twitch streaming or content creation, but I have made a lot of mistakes, learned a lot of things along the way. And like my degree is in game design with an emphasis on community management, like we talked about before we started recording. So like I do have at least a little bit of professional training, and I've done internships at big companies, and like I've seen what this looks like from the professional there are millions to be made side of things, even though I'm not a person making millions, you know what I mean? So
right.
I try to help where I can, and I just hope that people, especially because I'm working on it, but it's really slow progress. The unsolicited advice thing, I figured if it helps somebody, at least it helps somebody. And if it doesn't help somebody, I trust that the people I keep in my life know me well enough to know that I won't be offended if they take what my advice was with a grain of salt and just tell me to fuck off. I'm not one of those people who's going to take it personally. Like, why didn't you follow my advice? Travis, why don't you have a beacons up right now, you fucking monster, right? Like, yeah, right. If a person doesn't take my advice, and clearly that person wasn't for that advice wasn't for that person, I'm not going to take it personally. I just, I actually probably don't even recognize that I haphazardly shoot off advice like irresponsible teenagers do. If you know what I'm saying.
Yes, I do.
The point is, thank you for coming on the show. I had a great time. Here's the last question I have for you. Well, I can't promise you this because I'm a talky bitch, but the last intended question I had for you was, how do you feel like the last, holy shit, 4 hours went?
Really good. I really enjoyed this. Got to talk about a lot of stuff that I realized I have a lot more thoughts on than I initially believed. But this has been a lot of fun, and actually, if you need me back again sometime, let me know.
Sure.
This is a good time.
Cool. I'm really glad that you enjoyed yourself. I like to ask people, and I always bring it up. I forgot to ask Bruff the one time he was on, but I like to ask people how they felt the time went, relatively speaking, because a lot of people are like, oh, that's a big time investment, or and maybe not like outwardly, but like it feels quick. Yeah, it feels like a big time investment. And there's a lot of people who come who are about nervous about being on the show, even though it's not like a huge audience. The potential that anybody in the world could just click on that link and be there does exist. So there does come a little bit of anxiety with that. And with anxiety, normally comes things going by slowly. So typically when people say, hey, this went by pretty fast, it tells me that you and I did a pretty good job at just having a conversation with each other, which is 150% the intention of this show. So it helps me kind of align with the things that went well, or kind of recognize things that could do better next time, you know what I mean? So it's kind of a helpful calibration question. In regards to what you said in terms of being back on the show, I will say that everybody's welcome to come on the show as much as they want, but I'm not reaching out to people because there are hundreds of people who've told me that already, and I'm like, and I'm not gloating, I'm not exaggerating. Like, so what I do is I put the topics on the sheet, and I always tell people, hey, here's these topics on the sheet. I try and share it all over the place, Facebook, Instagram, all of these things. hey, here's all these topics. So let me give you an open invitation. If you check out the show sheet, which I will link to right now for you and everybody else, but if you check out the show sheet and you see a topic on there where you're like, wow, I'd really like to talk about that with Bo on his show, then just DM me and I will put you in there.
Right on, will do. I'm gonna look through that then.
And then yeah, and I try to do this one we have up through April. But normally all of the episodes will be out 4 to 6 weeks in advance. So I try to, you know, once I get like 3 or 4 topics left, I try to put another 5 or 6 on there. So yeah, but if you ever see something, you're welcome. I had a great time talking to you and learning more about you. Clearly, like you talked about at the beginning of the show, we were like newer friends. We haven't known each other that fucking long. So like, it's really awesome to be able to get to know you and know more about you and your passions and your drives and the things that you're working on. And like, it's awesome that you allowed me to do that, to get to know you, especially in a public format. Like that's pretty awesome, right? So thank you. It was awesome to have you.
Thank you again for inviting me on. This, like I said before, this is a lot of fun. This went way faster than I thought it would, even 4 hours later. So
Same.
Yeah, no, it was just really easy, really smooth, and good conversation.
Oh yeah, you too, man. And just one last time before I let you go, anybody in the chat, if you're hearing my voice right now, please take the time to switch to the tab. Please click in that chat and please join me in wishing Travis here a very happy birthday. On top of all the sweet things we said, all of those are true on his fucking birthday. He's here hanging out with us, so I appreciate you being here. That's fucking awesome of you. I'm very flattered to be a part of your birthday.
Thank you, man. And hey, thanks for being a big part of it.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Well, I'll let you go. I'll go ahead and tell these nice people thanks, but you have a great rest of your day, man.
You too. You take care now.
See you. Well, everybody, that's the fucking show. What a great fucking time it was, as always. Our wonderful guest, Go Beyond Gains, or Travis. If you haven't checked out his links by now, I've spammed him in chat. Make sure that you actually do that. Let's get this guy some engagement. Let's show him that the things that he has to share with us are fucking awesome. And if you haven't checked out his content yet, you'll probably like it if you enjoy the show. Cool dude, great things to teach, great things to show. And quite the looker too. Like if you're, you're very materialistic like me, if you're very, very shallow like me, like easy on the eyes, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, that's gonna be it for the show, everybody. The conclusion, to recap, folks who maybe weren't here during it, was pretty great for the LARPing. I gotta find my show notes. That was the wrong tab. Again, to remind everybody, the conclusion that we're walking away with is: for others and yourself, set realistic expectations, be willing to share your knowledge, and be fair to your own understanding. And I think that that's a really good way to highlight not just LARPing, but as with most of our topics, a broader swath of life as well. So that's really, really, I love that we keep coming away with these tidbits of universal knowledge that maybe didn't mean to be in like universal right off the bat, but ended up being pretty fucking universal. Like don't be a cunt, for example. That one's a pretty good takeaway. So I'm gonna go ahead and raid a good, fun fellow streamer. I'm gonna keep the masses entertained. I'm gonna make sure that y'all do have plenty of lovely entertainment for your surprisingly warm February Sunday. Again, I just wanted to give a big shout out to all of you who joined us today. The show wouldn't be the same without you. For all of you new viewers who joined us, Baby Yoda, Amish Ninja, Karai, thank you so much for those follows, y'all. Welcome to the Archers. I hope to see you back during those weekly streams. You can see us be goofuses in our video games too. Until next time, everybody. And we did have the thing where we started ending the stream in the middle of sentences, and I really just want to keep up that trend. It was a lot of fun. It provided a lot of laughs. It was like a really cool way to... Do I need to keep talking? Okay.